So our first step is gonna be to install our local host. For that, I'm gonna be using an awesome free program that allows us to install WordPress and create local websites with just a click of a button. So the program is called Laragon. So let's just go ahead and download it. So this is one of the easiest program that I found that help us to set or to install local environments. So I'm gonna go here to downloads and I'm gonna install the full version. So it's light, super light, and it's extremely useful. So let's just save that and I'm gonna just wait for it to finish. Alright, so I'm gonna just go ahead and install our program, the Laragon. So double click on it. So basically just install it. Alright, like this, install, let's just wait for it to finish. Alright, so the installation is completed. So let's run the program and let's just see. So as you can see, it's really easy. It has this simple interface. All you have to do is to do start all. Okay, so Laragon is activated. I'm gonna right click over here and I'm gonna go to quick apps, and you can see that we have WordPress. I'm gonna just click on it and you can name your website. So in my case, I'd like to name my plugin Simple LMS. I'd like to keep that, so Simple LMS, and let's press OK and just wait for it. So as you can see here, the database is created and basically we got it. So our WordPress website is created. So all we have to do right now is to access it. So I'm gonna just close it from here and let's do it here. So it's simple LMS point test. All right, so let's enter that. And as you can see, we have WordPress installed. All we have to do is to complete the installation. So English, yeah, let's continue with that. So for the site title, I'm gonna keep it at simple LMS. For the username, I'm going to be using Jankov. Password 123. I'm going to confirm the use of weak password because this is just localhost. There is no need to make it that hard. For the email, we can just jankov@gmail.com, and let's carry on. So let's install WordPress. Alright, awesome. So our last step is going to be to log in. So let's Jankov and 123 over here. Let's press enter and bam, as you can see, we have our WordPress installed and our site is installed. So now everything is ready, so we can start building our own plugin. So right now, before we start developing or programming our plugin, we need the text editor. I'm going to be using the Sublime. It's also easy and easy to use, so I prefer this one. So let's download it. Alright, so download for Windows. Alright, let's save it to the desktop. Alright, so double click on it and let's install it. Let's continue. Install everything. Alright, so we got it installed. So we can search for it, Sublime. Okay, the text app. Alright, so we got everything right now ready. So in the next coming lecture, we're gonna start building our own plugins. So see you soon. Alright, so here we are. So what I'd like to do right now is to show you how can we start building our plugin. I would like to show you the minimum requirements that you need to build a WordPress plugin. So I'm going to jump into the Sublime text editor and I need to go to the folder, to the plugins folder here. So I'm going to go to file and let's open a folder. So this is the way to do it in Laragon. So I'm going to go to the C and here you can see that we have Laragon. So double click on it and I need to go to W 3 times. And here we're going to be finding our website, the WordPress website. So double click on it and we have 3 elements. So this is similar to the PHPMyAdmin. If you're accessing it from the C panel, you're going to find these. So basically the plugins are in the web page content. So double click and here as you can see we have plugins and themes. And since we're going to be building a plugin, I'm going to double click on plugins. Okay, so let's select this folder and as you can see we have this going plugin. We have it here. So all you have to do right now is to create a new folder. So I'm gonna press right click here and let's create a new folder. And let's call it, for example, the name of our plugin, which is Simple LMS. Alright, so let's press enter. We got it over here. So right now we have our folder, but this doesn't mean that our plugin is activated or created. So if we go over here to the plugins, you aren't going to be finding it. So as you can see, we don't see our plugin yet. So actually what we need to do to make our plugin recognizable is to add a new file inside it. So let me go to the Simple LMS, right click, and let's create a new file. I'm going to be calling it index. I don't know what, let's save, so Control S, and let's save it. I'm going to be calling it index.php. It must be a PHP extension or PHP file. So let's save it. And here I need to do the following. So first I'm going to be opening a PHP tag. Actually it should be like this, PHP, and let's go down. Let's go down like this, and we need to do this. I'm gonna be opening a comment. Let's close it down below. And here I'm going to be adding this one. So for this first dot, we need to declare the plugin name. So plugin name, and I'm going to be opening it like this, and let's call it LMS or simple LMS plugin. All right, so let's save this and let's go here and let's do refresh and let's take a look. And as you can see, we got it. So we got our simple LMS plugin. So basically these are the minimum requirements for building a plugin. So all you have to do is create a folder, and inside this you can put PHP file, and you can declare this, open a PHP tag and declare the plugin name. So also here we can add other elements, for example the description. So I'm going to be adding another dot, let's call it description, and let's for example say this is learning management system plugin. All right, so let's save and let's get back here and let's do refresh, and as you can see we have got the description. Also we can add the version, so it's really easy. I'm gonna go down and add another dot, and let's call it version like this, and we can say it 1.0 v. Oh, I don't think we need that v at the end. So let's do refresh, and as you can see we have the version, which is the first one. And also here we have the, for example, the author, so we can add it. So I'm gonna add author, so author like this, and let's put my name, which is Abdel Ilah Hamdani. So let's save that. Let's go back here to refresh, and as you can see by this author. And also we can add the link, we can add the author URL, so author URI, not URL but URI, and for example we can set it to simple LMS point.net. Okay, so let's save. Also I think we have to put it HTTPS like this. Alright, so adding the HTTPS point www.simpleLMS.net. So let's save that and let's go over here to refresh, and as you can see it's clickable and it takes us directly to that link. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. So we learn how to set or how to build our own plugin. So these are the minimum requirements. All you have to do is to just declare the plugin name, and it's gonna be recognizable by WordPress, our plugin. Alright, so we're going to continue developing our plugin in the next coming lecture, so see you soon. Alright, so welcome back gentlemen to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to show you how can we add our custom post type here. So basically these are the custom post types, so we need to add our own custom post type so that we can control our product, which is the courses. So this is our plugin, the index page. So this is what we got so far. So actually what we need to do is to register custom post type. So let's search for an example. So I'm going to jump into Google and let's do register custom post type, WordPress of course. So I'm going to be using this function here. So we're going to just rely on an example and we can tweak it a little bit. Alright, so we need to go down a little bit. So by the way, you're going to find this in the resource if you want to do this research. So you can read everything about this custom post types, but it's not very needed. So it's simply straightforward. There is no need to waste your time reading all the documentation unless you want to go professionally. Alright, so I'm going to be scrolling down to this example. This one over here of books. Here we have recipes. So I'm going to expand for source and I'm going to copy everything from here. So let's copy everything. Make sure that you are copying this add action hook. So we need it, so let's just copy everything and let's go back to our code. And over here I'm going to be adding a comment. Let's say register custom post type, which is courses. Alright, so let's go down here and I'm going to be pasting all that code. Alright, so I'm going to just expand this one so that we can see what we got. So basically here we don't need all these details. I'm going to just delete these from here to the bottom like this. So all we need is just these two, the name and the singular name. I just would like to keep only the essentials so that you can understand it even better. So here for the arcs, we have the labels, we can keep these, but here we need to change this name. So the name of our custom post type is courses. So let's set it like this. The singular name of courses is course, of course, just one without the S. And here for the register custom post type, we need to write courses. Alright, so I think that's it. Also here, let's change book by course. Also we can do research, so Control F to find, and let's find book. Yes, we got it here. So this is the name of the function. So we can call it, for example, course CPT. So course CPT. I'm gonna just copy the same name of our function, and I'm gonna be putting it in the second parameter of this function. So it must be the same. We can keep it just as it was, but I'd like to do it this way. So this is our own function. Okay, so let's go back to our dashboard and let's do refresh. And as you can see, we got our courses. Also make sure that your plugin is activated. Our simple LMS plugin is activated. Alright, so let's go to courses and let's create our new course. Alright, so let's set it to first course. Alright, so here you can see all these elements. We have the course title here, we have this content or the editor, we have here the featured image of our post, and down below we have the excerpt, the discussion, and the author. We can control everything from our script here. So for example, if we jump to the supports, you can see that we have the title, which is this one, and we have the editor, author, thumbnails, everything. So in my case, I don't like to have the comments, neither the excerpts, and also I don't need this author. I just need to keep these three elements. So the title, this one, and this one. We can publish this one. But actually, if you want to see that change, we need to create a new course. And as you can see, we got it. So now it's simply clean. Our dashboard is clean. We have the title here, we have the editor, and we have the feature image. Because later on, I'd like to add some custom fields, just like this. Here, we need to add the price, course price, the subtitle, for example, the trailer, and so on and so forth. Alright, so now I'd like to show you a cool thing that allows you to change this this icon of your custom post type. So let's search for dash icons. Okay, again, go to the developer WordPress. So here the dash icons, and as you can see, we have a ton of these icons over here. So for example, I'm gonna be choosing this one, the database view, and all we need is to copy this name. Just this one, dash icons, dash database view. Copy it, and let's go back here. And in the args here, I'm gonna go down below here, and let's add, for example, the menu dash icon. Make sure that you are using this dash and not the other one, not this one. This one won't gonna work. Alright, so let's make it equal to this. Just like the previous one, and inside the parentheses, I'm gonna be pasting this name that we just copied. Let's add the comma and let's save, and let's go back to our dashboard and let's do refresh, and as you can see, we have our icon changed, which is awesome. So this is a cool trick if you want to do to customize the icon of your custom post type. Alright, so that's it. So in the next coming lecture, we're gonna add these custom fields. So see you in the next coming lecture. Take care. Alright, so in this tutorial, I'd like to show you how can we add these custom fields. So this is an awesome feature that allows us to add much more details related to any post type that we want. Alright, so let's get down to it. Alright, so let's go to our plugin, so the Sublime editor, and over here we have the register custom post type courses. I'm gonna get down here and let's give some space, and let's add a second comment, and let's call it add custom fields, and it's gonna be related to courses. Alright, so let's go down and let's start with the function. So function, I'm gonna be calling it CF, which is custom field dash courses dash main. So this is the main function. Alright, so let's open the parentheses and let's go down this way. Alright, so the function that we're gonna be using is the meta box. Alright, so let's write it down. So add meta box. I'm gonna show you the documentation of this function. Alright, so let's open the parentheses. It must be closed. And inside it, we need to put some details. Alright, so it must be inside these quotation marks. Here we have almost 6 to 7 parameters. So let me just put them first like this. Okay, and the third one. Alright, so for the first one, it's the ID of this meta box, of this custom field. So we must give it a specific custom fields. For example, if we want to assign a different custom field to a different custom post type, so we gotta rely on this ID. So first I'm gonna just write it down. So CF dash courses dash ID. So this first parameter is not that important if you are using one custom field. So down below we need to put the title of our custom field. So let me just write it down. So we can write, for example, course custom field. So keep in mind that you can keep those empty and it's not a big issue. So these are not high priority. But instead, the third one is really important. So the third one is the function that we need to run down below. So let me just show you first. I'm going to be adding another function here. So let's call it cf-courses. All right, so inside it we need to put, so this is the content of the custom field. For example, we can put echo hello. This is our custom field. So this is what we're going to be showing. I'm going to just close this one. So this function must be the third parameter in the third parameter over here. So this is an essential parameter that we got here. So the first one is the post type. So basically WordPress is asking us, so this custom field is gonna be connected or associated with each custom post type. So the fourth element of this add meta box function is the name of the post type of this custom post type. And as you can see, we got it registered here, which is courses. I'm gonna just add it down below. So let's add courses, and keep in mind that it must be lowercase or exactly like you write it here. So courses. But you know what? Let's add I'm gonna add some comments. So for example, here is the custom post type associated with this custom fields. Yes, and here this is the function down below, function that contains the custom fields. So function down below, and the second parameter is the title. Let me just so the title of the custom field. Let me show you an example of this title. For example, here we have these this is a custom field. It has this title, activity, at a glance, and so on and so forth. So this is the title, and this one is the ID. This one's going to be visible. So the ID only if you want to add multiple custom fields. So I also advise you to take a look at the MetaBox documentation. So here it's all explained. So the fourth element or the fourth parameter of this function is related to the positioning of this custom field, basically where you want to put it. So for example, if you want to put it here down below, so we need to set it at normal. Let me just show you. So normal, and so this is, we can say priority. Also, I'd like to show you that in the documentation. So if I go here to the priority or the context, so the context within the screen where the box should display. Yes, so where do you want to put it? So for example, you can put it at the normal. Normal is gonna be here. Let me just show you. It's gonna be down below here. So for the side, it's gonna be on the side, of course, this side here. And let me check again. We have advanced. I have no idea about this advanced. So let's set it at normal. I'd like to see my custom fields here. So we set it at normal, and also we can check also the priority of that custom field. For example, you can put it the first one here beyond or on the top of the title, and you can put it down. So I'd like to put it down, so I'm gonna just set it at low. All right, so let's close that. So priority or the position, up, down, up versus down. So you can set it at high or low. All right, so let's save that and let's go back. And so we have here, hello, this is our custom field. So all we have to do right now is to add the function that's gonna execute this one. So it's gonna be an add action hook. So add action, and inside it we need to put the first parameter is gonna be the admin init, admin dash init, and for the second parameter is gonna be the name of this custom field. So let's add that. I'm gonna just copy this one and paste it right here. All right, so let's close that, save. All right, so let's do refresh and let's take a look. And bam, we got our custom field down below. So here we have the title, which is this one, custom course custom fields, and here you can see the content, this one. So from here we can add anything we want. For example, we can add some HTML. I'm gonna just close the PHP here and let's open it down below. And inside that I'm gonna be putting some HTML. So let's say div. All right, so let's go down, and for example here I'm gonna be adding some kind of a title, so h3. All right, so inside h3 I'm gonna be putting course, for example the course price, and down below we need to put an input field. So let's set in input. So the type of the input, I'd like to set it to text. All right, so let's take a look at this. So I'm going to be saving this, and let's go back here to refresh. And as you can see, we have our course price, and here we can have this input field. We can write a number for the price, and we can publish. So in the coming tutorial, what I'd like to do is to customize it a little bit, this course price, or our custom field, to make it look like this. So we need to assign the CSS to our plugin. We need to include it. And after that, we need to save these informations and use it later on. Okay, so see you in the next coming lecture. Take care. Alright, so in this tutorial, I'd like to show you how can we add or include our CSS in our plugin. But first, I'd like to show you how can we play with it a little bit. So this is our HTML div that we created in the previous lecture. So we set here this title, this h3 title, and also we have this input. So what if we want to add some CSS? Okay, so let me just do it from here. So I'm going to be adding, so let's add here style sheet, okay, like this. And let's go down, for example, let's add some class to our input. Or for example, we can change this div color. So class, let's give it BJ. dash red. So this is the background color, and let's go here and let's declare that class. So bj dash red, and let's give it background color red. Nope, red. Yes, like this. Okay, so let's save that, and let's go back to our custom fields. Let's refresh. As you can see, the CSS is working. But let me tell you this. So this is not the right way to include your CSS in WordPress. So in WordPress, there is a strict order that you must follow so that you can make that CSS style recognizable by WordPress. All right, so first let's just go to our plugin, and I'm gonna right click. Let's add, for example, a new folder. Let's call it scripts. So this folder over here is gonna contain everything. It's gonna contain the CSS, the JavaScript, and everything. So here let's right click and let's add a new file, and Control S. Let's call it, for example, style.css. It must be a CSS extension. So let's save that. All right, so from here we can just copy this. I'm gonna just copy this style and just remove it. And I'm gonna be putting it inside our CSS. So basically now we need to tell WordPress to use this file over here as our main plugin CSS. So in order to do that, we need to declare some functions. So let's go down below here and let's add, first let's add some comments, and let's say include CSS file in our plugin. All right, so down below, let's add the new function. So function, let's call it add style. All right, so let's open the parentheses and not the square brackets, just these, and let's go down. So we need to register it. So wp WordPress dash register dash style like this, and let's open the parentheses, and let's over here let's start with style. And for the second parameter, we need to direct WordPress to this file. So first we need to set the plugin their URL. So plugin dash dir dash URL, this one, and inside these the brackets I'm gonna be putting file like this. So it must be double dash, just like this. All right, so to this location here, so we're given the link of this of our plugin, the simple LMS. So now we need to go to scripts. So point, and let's open these, and let's write scripts slash style point CSS. All right, so now it's working just fine. So all you have to do is to just close this. All right, so this is the first step. So the second step is going to be the enqueue. So wp-enqueue style, and let's open again the parentheses and let's put everything here. I'm gonna just copy the same content that we got here and let's paste it right there. So I'm gonna close this one with the semicolon, and let's go down below and let's add action. That's gonna activate that function. So add action hook. So the hook is gonna be the WP dash NQ style or scripts, not style. And for the second parameter, as always, we're gonna be putting the name of this function, which is add style. So keep in mind that you can change this name to anything that you want. All right, so let's close that. Let's save. So I hope now everything is fine. So we register style, plugin gear URL. I think everything is fine. So all we have to do right now is to go here. So we need to add, use all the scripts of WordPress. So in order to do that, we need to add the WP head. So WP head function. All right, so let's close that with the semicolon. So this is a must for any kind of page that you want to include the plugin, the WordPress CSS. So you need to add this WP head because this WP head has the CSS, the JavaScript, everything. All right, so let's go here and let's do refresh. As you can see, the CSS is loaded, but here I don't think it's loaded right here. So hello, this is our custom, because I don't see any color. Let me just remove this. I'm gonna just keep this class. Let's save, to refresh. As you can see, it's not working. So after I did the research to find out where is the problem, so I figured out that this has to do with the cookies of the browser. So when I change the browser, you can see that the CSS is working. So keep in mind that. So sometimes your code is fine, but with the cookies, you're only going to be able to see the CSS stuff. Alright, so now our CSS is included just fine. So in the next coming lecture, we're going to continue working on our custom fields to make them look like this. Alright, so see you soon. Alright, so welcome back, gentlemen, to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to design our custom fields. I'd like to give them a better design. So far you can see that they are a little bit messy. So let's start working on it. So first what I'd like to do is to add more custom fields. So basically we got the subtitle, the course subtitle, we got the video trailer, we got the price like this. And also we got the course curriculum. So all of these are going to be displayed here. You can see this is the course page that we're going to be building in the coming tutorials. Alright, so let's go back and let's continue with this. So let's jump into our index page, and this is our CF custom fields courses. So we got this div here. So what I'd like to do is to put it inside another div. So that other div is gonna have this bluish color, and this one's gonna have this light bluish color. So let's add another div over here. So let's do that right now. So div like this, and I'm gonna go down like this, and I'm gonna be copying this. So Control C, and let's delete it, and let's put it inside like this. So let's set the order right like that. Okay, so for this class over here, I'm gonna give this div this class. So class. So let's give it a BJ, which is background dash blue dash 1. So this is the first blue. So I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna copy this class, and let's jump into our CSS style over here. I'm gonna just start with a point, and let's paste this color. So inside it, I'm gonna set background color, and let's set it to blue. Let's just check if this is working or not. So let's do refresh, and we got nothing is working because we have the red on top of the blue. So actually what we need to do is to trim it a little bit. So let's go to this inner div, this one, and let's give it a call or width call of 90%. So I'm going to be showing this. So this is I built my own library. I'm going to show you that. So it's inspired by the Bootstrap. So call -90 means width of 90%. So 90%. Okay, so let's close that. And here, let me remove that extra space. All right, so let's go back here and let's put this one. So call -90. So let's do refresh and let's take a look. And as you can see now it's working. So we have this inner div. It takes 90% of this entire div. So now right now what we need to do is to put it at the center. So in order to do that, we need to add the margin auto. So let's do it. So I'm going to add this one. I'm going to add the MA. It's going to stand for the margin auto. Let me save this one and let's go back here. And for example, MA, let's set it to margin and let's set it to auto like this. So let's save. Let's go back here to refresh. And as you can see, we got our inner div at the middle, which is awesome. So right now I would like to change these colors. These colors sucks, the strong red and the strong blue. So let's change them. I'd like to go here to the first blue, and I'd like to give it the following. So I'm gonna start with this character and 007 CC7. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go here. Let's do refresh, and as you can see, we have this nice blue. Also for the inner blue, I'd like to give it, for example, here. Let's copy this one. I'm gonna be pasting it here. Actually, let's copy everything. I'm gonna be pasting it here, and let's set it to the blue number 2, the background blue number 2. And here let's set it to the following code. So this is the HTML code that we need. So E6EE-F. Alright, so let's save and let's go back to refresh, and it's not working. Yes, actually it's not working because we removed that red. So we have to go here and replace this BJ red by this blue 2. Alright, so let's save that and let's go here and let's do refresh. And as you can see, we have this nice blue going on over here. Alright, so what I'd like to do right now is to move this div a little bit down. I'd like to give it some bluish background on the top. So let's do that. There is a lot of ways to do it. In my way, I'm gonna just go with the break. I'm gonna just add a break on the top, BR, and let's save that. Let's do refresh here, and let's see. As you can see, we have some space, which is awesome. Also, let's do the same thing on the bottom side. Let's add another break on the bottom. So here, let's add another break. Let's do refresh, and now as you can see, our custom field looks nice. So what I'd like to do right now is to work on this inside div. I'd like to put this one at the center. Also, I'd like to expand this field, this text input. So let me add another class here to this h3 class, and let's write center. So I'm gonna just go to my style and let's add it here. So point center means text align center. So now it's recognizable, this center class. Okay, so let's go back, let's do refresh. I think we didn't put it at the right place. So center, it must be, yes, actually it's here. So it should be at the center here. Why is that? Okay, so let's again delete the cookies. So Control Shift and delete. Yes, let's delete, clear the data. Let's go back, let's do refresh, and let's log in again. 1, 2, 3. And as you can see, it's at the center. So this is a problem with the cookies. All right, so let's do the same thing for this one. So I'd like to set it at the center. But before doing that, I'd like to expand this field to cover almost 90% of this inner div. So I'm gonna add, for the input, I'm gonna add another class here. So let's start with the call -90 so that we can give it a width of 90%. Okay, so let's go back, let's do refresh. And as you can see, our input field is taking 90%. All we have to do right now is to put it at the center. Let me try to see if the center class is gonna work for this one or not. No, actually it's not. So let's add the MA, the margin auto, so that we can center it at the middle. No, it's still nothing. So I think we must, what about putting the center here? So let's add that center, let's save, let's go back here to refresh. And now as you can see, it's working. So we have everything at the center. So I think this center here is useless because we're applying the center to the entire div. So everything inside this div is going to be centered. So let's do refresh here. As you can see, everything is at the center. Also here, I'd like to add another break. So let me just show you. So here I'm gonna add another break on the bottom. So BR, save that, let's go back to refresh. Nope, got nothing. What about double breaks? Let's refresh, and there we go. So we have some nice space going on here. So before moving to the other custom fields, what I'd like to do is to kind of have these corners rounded a little bit so that we can give it some nice decorations. So let's work on that. I'm gonna go to this div. So this is this div. So let's for example add BR, which is border radius. Let's save that, and let's go here and let's add another class BR, and let's add the border radius, and let's set it to, for example, 30%. Alright, so let's check that out. Let's refresh. We got it, but this one is a little bit weird, so we must not use the percentage. For example, let's use, for example, 1 rem. Save, go back to refresh, and as you can see, this one looks even better. We can reduce it a little bit down to something like 0.5. So let's save, go back, refresh, and as you can see, our corners are well trimmed. We can also try the same thing for this input field. Let me try it. Not sure if it's gonna work, but let's just give it a try. So for the input, let's add here the BR. Let's save, let's go here, do refresh. No, actually it's not working, but that's fine. So let's get back, and what I'd like to do right now is to add more custom fields. So this is the course price. I want to add the subtitle and also the video trailer, and lastly we need the curriculum. So I'm gonna just copy this one, gonna just duplicate it, keeping the break at the bottom. So let's add the second one here. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, something like this. So here we have 3, 1, 2, 3. So let's add the fourth one. Alright, so let's save, let's go here and let's do refresh, and as you can see we got 4 elements, which is awesome. So all we have to do right now is to change the names of them. So first I'd like to keep the subtitle, course subtitle. Second one is price, there is no need to include the price. Third one is gonna be the video trailer, so video trailer. And lastly we got the curriculum, so let's put it over here. So curriculum, I think it's a double R. Alright, so let's save and let's go over here and let's do refresh, and as you can see we got everything. We got the subtitle, the price, the video trailer, and the curriculum. So all of these data we're going to be using it to display it on the front end, which is the course page. So before doing that we have to save it to the database. So this is the subject of the next coming lectures. So see you soon. Alright, so in this new lecture I'd like to show you how you can load your own template. So we have here this custom post type called courses. So let's go ahead and create a new course. I'd like to show you this. So course number 1, for example. Course number 1. Okay, so let's create some content here. So this is our course content. Alright, so let's go ahead and publish this. And if we're gonna take a look at this post, you're gonna see that it's just the default WordPress template. So what I'd like to do instead is to use my own. I want to use my own design. By the way, if you are facing some trouble reaching these windows, so I want you to go to the permalink settings. So go to settings and permalinks, and make sure that you are using this one, the post name. So by default it's gonna be this then and name. So make sure that you are using the post name. After that, just save changes and you're gonna be able to see this post. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our own custom template. Alright, so this is our code. I'm gonna just increase it. So let's just make it a little bit bigger. Alright, so I'm gonna create a new function. So let's add first a comment. So load course template. Alright, so the function is gonna be, let's add a new function. Let's call it template dash courses. Alright, and inside this parenthesis we need to put this variable, so template. Alright, so let's open the parenthesis and let's go down. So the first element that we need to put is the global post. Global post, let's close that with a semicolon and let's go down. So basically here we need to do a condition. We need to check if we are using this custom post type, which custom post type we are using, which is the courses. So if we are using these courses, I want you to load a custom template. So let's write that condition. So if courses, let's put it inside, if courses equals to triple equals the post type like this, Alright, so basically we're checking if we are on the courses post type, and for the second condition we need to check if you are not already using that template. So actually, before proceeding, I would like to go to my folder plugin folder. I'm gonna right click and let's create a new folder and let's call it templates. Let's press enter, and inside it I'm gonna be writing a new template. So new file and Control S, and let's call it template dash courses .php. Alright, so let's save that and let's go back here. So here we need to check that. So let's check it again. So let's write local template, and inside the parentheses we need to put an array, and again we need to open another parenthesis and let's write template dash courses, the same name that we got over here. We need to make sure that we are not using this one. So we are not already using it because we want to check. So let's make it not equal to the default template. So here I made a mistake. It's locate, not local. Locate, like this, locate template array template courses. It's not equal to the default course. If so, do the following, which is return. Let's return the plugin dir path. So like I said, this I forgot the file, so let's add here the file. So to this position we're reaching the plugin folder, this one, the LMS, simple LMS. So what we need to do right now is to reach the template. So let's add that folder, templates / template dash courses .php. Alright, so let's close that with a semicolon and let's go down, and we need to return the template because we're using an add filter hook, so we need to return something. So template. So keep in mind that this might not work at the first time. You might do some mistakes, so keep checking or redo it again if it's not working at the first place. Alright, so now let's add the filter hook. So add filter. So inside it I'm gonna be putting single template. So this is the hook that we're going to be using, and for the second parameter, as always, is the name of this function. So I'm going to just copy it and let's paste it inside. Alright, so let's close that with the semicolon, and inside this template here we can write something like this is our custom template. So actually what we need to do is when we go to this course, for example, we need to see that. So let's go to courses. We already created this course. Let me just view it. So it's not loading up, so we're making a mistake. So let me check again. So actually I made a mistake. So basically this parenthesis, we must close it here, not here. So let's just delete this one and let's close it here. Alright, so let's save that and let's go back and let's do refresh, and as you can see our template is working just fine. So I advise you to keep repeating this step over and over if it's not successful at first, because it's a little bit confusing. So just keep doing it until you got it fixed. Alright, so in the next coming lecture we're gonna start the design of our template. Alright, so thanks a lot for watching, and I hope to see you in the next lecture. Take care. Alright, so welcome back gentlemen to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to show you how can we access the database so that we can save all these data that we got about our courses. So if you want to access the database in Laragon, all you have to do is to go here and search for localhost and /phpMyAdmin. This is just the cPanel, but you can see here that we don't have the permission to access this resource. So what we need to do is the following. We need to install the phpMyAdmin. So let's go here and let's search for, let's go to this website, phpMyAdmin /point.net, not slash. Alright, so in this website you need to go to downloads and you need to download this first version, phpMyAdmin, this one. So let's go ahead and download it. I'm gonna just wait for it to finish. Alright, so after it's installed, what we need to do is to go to C, and let me just show you. I'm gonna go to C, Laragon, and go to etc, this one, and go to apps, and we need to paste this folder. Let me just copy it first. So this one, I'm gonna just copy it from here. Let's go back to our apps, Laragon etc apps. I'm gonna just paste it here, and let's simply extract it. So extract here. Okay, so let's just wait for it, and as you can see we got it. I'm gonna just access it. Alright, it's all good, and I'm gonna just delete this one. And after we got our folder here, so what we need to do is to rename it to PHP My Admin. So keep in mind that everything must be lowercase, nothing must be uppercase. And after that, I'm gonna go to PHP My Admin here, PHP My Admin, localhost first, so localhost / PHP My Admin. Okay, so let's access that. So for the password, I'm gonna just set it to root because this is the default password. So let's go enter, and basically this is our database. So we can go here to simple LMS number 2. This is my website, so we can see all the tables that we got. So actually in the next coming lecture, we're going to create our own table from our plugin. So see you soon. Alright, so in this new tutorial, I'd like to show you how can we create our own database table. So let me just jump into the localhost database, localhost / PHP my admin, and let's access that. Alright, so for the password, I'm using the username root and no password, so this is the default settings. Alright, so I'm gonna jump into my website, which is simple LMS number 2. So I would like to create my own table here. So, but I want that to be created automatically once we activated our plugin, so that we can store all these details about our courses. So here, for example, if we edit, you can see that we have the subtitle, price, video trailer, and curriculum. I would like to save all these data into the database. Alright, so let's jump into our code and let's get to work. So I'm on the index page. I'm gonna scroll a little bit down and let's create a new comment, and I'm gonna be calling it create a database table. Let's call it, for example, course details. Alright, so let's go down and let's start with this function. So first I'm going to be creating a function. Let's call it database -table, and let's open the parentheses and let's go down here. So the first element is we need to start by calling the database, WordPress database. So global, and let's add the $sign. So I need to write WP DB, so which is WordPress database. So down below we need to write the name of the database table that we want to create. Let me just show you. So for example, the name of this one. So I would like to call it course details as always. So let's create a new variable. Let's call it course details, or you know what, to make things clear. So database table name. So this variable is going to be used just in this function, so I'm just going to go further. So the name of it is this. I would like to call it, for example, LMS course details. So this LMS is going to stick to all the tables so that we can make them in order. Just, you can see LMS, yeah, something like that. Alright, so actually what we need to do right now is to add the WP at the beginning of our database table name. But the problem is sometimes it won't gonna be DB. So sometimes you might have some admin who is changing this web page to something else. So actually what we need to do is to let WordPress take care of this first part, this web page dash. So in order to do that, let me just delete it, and we need to write the prefix. So prefix, but before that, the WP DB again, WP DB, and let's call it like this, prefix, and I'm gonna press point, and now WordPress is gonna take care of that first part. The prefix, it's gonna be the WP or anything else. The next thing that we have to do is to add the car set or the character set variable. So this is one of the procedural, we have to do it. So just write it down just as it is. So car set, and let's make it equal to the following, which is WPDB again, WPDB, and let's connect it to get car set class. So just write this variable, it's gonna be useful later on. Okay, so the third one is gonna be the content of our database table. Let me just show you. For example, if I click on this post meta, you can see here the content of this table. We have the meta ID, the post ID, the meta key, and so on and so forth. So we have to write the content. So let's do it. So let's start by creating another variable. So let's call it course. Oops, can't type today. Course det or details, and let's make it equal to the following. So we have to start talking to the database. So in order to do that, you need to write in uppercase. So create like this, create table. So table, the name of the table is, we have to copy this this name. So let's copy this variable, gonna be pasting it over here, and let's open the parentheses, open it and close it. So also here we must close this one like this, and here let's go down. So also let's, yeah. So the first element, let me just make some space. So the first element that we need is the ID, the course ID. So this is essential. I'm gonna explain, just follow with me. So ID, you know what, we can leave this ID to be the last. Let me just go here, and let's start, for example, we need a title. So the title of the course. So when you create title, so this one, you need to set the type. So the type of our title is, of course, is a text. So I'm gonna write text here. And also you can limit the amount of text that we need. So for example, because this is important for the security of your plugin, so you don't want to keep it unlimited. So I'm gonna just limit it to 100 characters. And also I'd like to add the condition of not null. So I don't want this this variable or this column to be empty. So it's gonna be not null. Alright, so let's add comma and let's go down. So let's go back to our ID here. So the type of our ID is gonna be a number. So I'm gonna write int, and also we can control the amount of it, but I think that's fine. Well, you know what, let's give it, for example, 9 digits. It won't gonna be exceeding that limit. Also here, let me just add some pressing tab so that we can keep everything in order like this. Okay, so this is the, nope, no, just revert back. Okay, and also let's make this one not null. So this first ID is really essential. I'll like to explain that in the coming minutes. Alright, so the third parameter or the third variable that I would like to add is the subtitle. And also we have, so the subtitle, I'm going to just also keep it as text. And we can set it to 500 digits. Alright, and also it must be not null. Alright, so next we have the video. So for the video, it's going to be URL link. For the video, I'd like to give it a different type. I'm going to call it var. So variable character, and let's set it because we might have some weird characters and stuff like that in our URL. So let's keep it like that, and var char, and I'm gonna also limit it to 100. So 100 is enough. All right, and as always, not null. All right, so now the price of our course. So this type, the type of it is gonna be just an int, a number, and we can also limit it to 9 digits, but also keep in mind that it might also include the dot, for example, something like this, 47.99. So I think that's 4 digits. All right, so let me just set it to not null, and we have next. No, oops, we have next. Let me just add the comma. Let's add next the thumbnail. So the thumbnail is gonna be the URL of the image associated with that course. So we're gonna be needing this one in case we want it. So for example, in the archive page or anything else. So I'd like to keep all the details that we need. So let me set it to text and also not null. And the last element that we need is the content of the course. So also it's gonna be text, and let's set it also to not null. All right, so here we need to set the primary key for this table. So the primary key. So in my case, I'm gonna set it to ID, and let me explain. So basically, when saving a row of data to the database, it must have a unique character that cannot be duplicated twice. So this unique character will make this row unique, will make it special. So I want you to think of this like having 2 files on your desktop with the same name. So obviously Windows is gonna prevent this from happening. All right, so let's explain this further. For example, I want to retrieve this value, this 11, this value. So what is the nature of this one? It's a meta value. So basically we're going to tell WordPress to select this meta value from the database. So first go to this database table and select the meta value. It's going to tell us that there is a lot of meta values. Which one do you want? So in this case, we need to rely on a unique ID. So in our case here, I'm going to be relying on the meta ID. As you can see, it's not duplicated twice. So it has a unique ID. So for example, I'm going to tell WordPress to select the meta value that has the meta ID of 16, for example. So it's going to go here to 16, and it's going to select the meta value that we want. But imagine if you were relying on the post ID as the primary key in our case. So for example, we want to select the meta value of the post ID that has number of 13 for example. So it's going to go here. Which one? 13, this one, there you go. but it's gonna get lost. Which one do you want? Because 13 is duplicated. The post ID of 13 is duplicated 3 times. We got one here, and one here. So which one do you want? Is it this one or this one or this one? That's why we need to have unique ID. So in our case here, we rely on the ID of our courses because the ID of our course is unique. Each course has its own ID. That's why I chose it. We cannot rely on other aspects, for example, the price, because the price can easily be duplicated. We can have 2 courses that has the same price. Same thing go for the subtitle, for example, or even the content. Alright, so now let's add that variable, the course set. It must be at the end, so course set, and I think that's it. So let me just bring everything back. So something like this. Okay, so let's give some space, remove that extra space. And I think now we're good. We also have to add a semicolon here to close this course set like this. So semicolon, we have this quotation marks and another semicolon. Alright, so let me go down here and let's add another line. We need to add double lines. So first we have to require a file so that we can be able to register that database table. So require once, it's gonna be an apps path. So apps, and the file that we need to add is the upgrade.php. So wp-admin /includes / again upgrade .php. Alright, so let's close that. And now we have to add the second line, which is the database delta. So database delta, and let's open this one, and we gotta put the name of that of this one, the table. So let's just, not the name of the table, but the content of the table, so that we can be able to create it. So let's write it here, and let's close that with the semicolon. Alright, so now we're almost done. All we have to do is to execute this function. So in order to do that, we need to add an action hook or a registration activation hook. So let's add it. So register activation hook. Yes, the first one, and the first one's gonna be the file. And for the second parameter, as always, is the name of this function, which is database table. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So basically, we're gonna be running this function once we're activating our plugin. So it should not be we should not keep creating this one on every occasion. So it should be just once we activate our plugin. Alright, so let's give it a check. I'm gonna go back to my dashboard here, and I need to go to plugins. We need to deactivate our plugin, but also here we need to take a look. So let's do refresh. As you can see, we don't have any LMS course details table. So let's go back here and let's deactivate the plugin first, and let's activate it, and let's take a look. And as you can see, we got it. So our operation is successful. We have our web page LMS course details. Also, it has the ID, the title, the subtitle, video, price, thumbnail, and the content. So in the next coming lecture, we're going to be inserting data from this let me just show you from these. So once we press update here, we can write something here. Once you hit update, these data are going to be stored here in one row. Alright, so see you then. Alright, so after creating our database table, so now it's time to start filling it with our course details, the subtitle, price, and so on and so forth. We have to fill it here. So how can we connect to our database from our plugin and insert data here? So this is the subject of this lecture. Alright, so let me just go back to my index.php page or file, and let's go over here down below, and I'm gonna create a new comment, and let's call it save course details to database. Alright, so let's get down to work. First, I'd like to add another function, so we're always starting with a function. So let's call this function save custom, or save custom fields. Yes, custom fields. So these are the custom fields that I'm talking about, these. Of course, details, anything you like. So this is just the name of the function. Alright, so let's open the parentheses and let's jump right down. Alright, so I'm going to start again with the global WordPress database, wp-db, because we're making the connection to the database. We can start by inserting some, let me just WordPress again, wp-db, and let's connect it. Let's do insert. So this is the insert function. So let's insert something. So this is the insert function. So inside it, the first parameter is going to be the name of the table that you want to insert data into it. So we can, for example, write it this way. We can just write, let me just So what's the name of that table? Let me check. So it's here on the top. So WP LMS course detail. You can just copy this, copy it, and let's paste it here inside. So this is the name of the table that you want to insert data into it. But like I said before, this WP is a little bit tricky. So there is no need to include it, but actually we need to include the prefix, because like I said in the previous lecture, we might have a different WP. It could be DB or something else. So we need to give the permission to WordPress to take care of that for us. So let me just write down WP DB, and let's connect it to the prefix, and I'm gonna hit point so that we can. So this is the name of the. Okay, let me just add a comment here. So database table name. Now let's keep everything uppercase. All right, so let's go down. So for the second parameter is gonna be the information that we want to insert. So we need to open the square brackets like this, and let's go down. So the first element, of course, is gonna be, for example, we can choose ID. Let's start with ID first. So I'm gonna put it like this. So ID, and we can connect it to the following. So let's insert, for example, this. We can add number 1. Yes, this is just we're just testing if it's gonna be working or not. Once we click on save or update the post. All right, so let's go down, and for the second element, I'd like to add, for example, price, and let's insert, for example, $99.99. All right, so let's save that. All right, so we got our save custom field function. So all we have to do right now is to run it or to execute it. So what I would actually do is to execute once we press or once we hit update, publish or update. So in order to do that, we need to use let's add action first, add action hook. And inside it, we need to use the hook that we're going to be using is the save post. So I think that's simple, that's straightforward. So save post. And for the second function, so basically the function that we want to execute once our post is saved is this one, the save custom fields. All right, so let's paste it here and let's close that with the semicolon. Let's do save, but also we need to check if should not be inserted automatically. So it should be inserted only when we press update or publish. So I'm doing some refresh here to see if we have any bugs. As you can see, our row is empty. All right, so let's go ahead and do an update. All right, so we did that. Let's do refresh here. And as you can see, we got it. So we got our ID number 1 and the price is 100. Let me check. This price is $90.99, not 100. So I think it has to do with the type, this integer. Yes, int. So it must be a float or something like that. You know what? Let me change the type of our price to text. You can just keep it as text. All right, so let's save that. But what we need to do right now is to delete the entire table. So let's go here to our website. I'm going to be selecting this WordPress LMS course details, and let's delete it, drop it. It's good. We saw that problem, that bug. All right, so we deleted that. So let's go back and let's deactivate our plugin and activate it so that we can create that database table again. So let's activate it. So let's do refresh. As you can see, it's created, which is good. All right, so let's go ahead and do an update here. All right, so let's go to our database table and let's refresh, and as you can see, we got it. So it's not right now a number, it's a text, but we can easily use that as a variable, as a number variable in PHP. It's not a big deal. We just want to save the data here. So now as you can see, we have 99.99. All right, so let's go back and let's start inserting real data. Also, I'd like to explain something. I would like to explain this primary key. So what's going to happen if we press update again? What's going to happen? So the ID is the same. It's going to stay 1. But since our ID is the primary key, so it cannot be the same. We won't going to be having 2 rows with the same ID. So the problem is it won't going to do it. It's going to stay just one ID. Let me just show you. You can update again. And we can, if we do refresh, you can see it's gonna stay the same. But in case we do this, in case we change this ID to 2 and save, and if we do an update here, we're gonna be able to see that. We're gonna be able to see the second row. All right, so now let's start inserting real data. So this is just an example. So what I'd like to do is to get the ID of our post. So in order to do that, we're going to be using a WordPress function. So this is why WordPress is really useful. So I would like to go back to these input fields just so that I can show you the post number or the post ID. So here, let's do it. I'm going to just echo just to test. So echo Hello, echo is print, by the way. Hello. So I'm gonna save, and let's do refresh here, and we gotta see the hello. Yes, we got it here, the hello. Alright, and also we have this one. I'm gonna just delete this one. Alright, so here we can write the ID. So actually the ID, in order to get it, you can just type, let's go down and echo get the title. Not the title, get the ID. Yes, sorry. Get the ID, and let's close that. So now WordPress is going to be printing the ID of this post, of this course. So let's do refresh, and let's take a look. And as you can see, it's 9. So the post type number is 9. Alright, so let's insert that. It's going to be dynamically inserted. So I'm going to just delete it, or just copy it first from here. Copy, get the ID. I'm going to just delete everything from here. And let's go back to our database. So here, instead of doing it static versus dynamic, I'm going to be putting it like this. So get the ID, but not sure if it's going to work this way. You know what, let's just create a variable. So let's add a variable, let's call it ID, and let's make it equal to this. And here we can just put this ID, the variable. So let's copy it from here, and let's paste it right here. Alright, so let's save, and let's do refresh. I would like to refresh with a different amount, so 47.99, I like this price. So let's save it, and let's do refresh here. Let's do refresh. Also, let's refresh our database. We got nothing. So let's update, and let's take a look. And there we go. So we got our actual ID, the ID of the course, which is nice, 9 of course. Alright, so now we got our first step completed. So what we need to do right now is to add, for example, the real price. So this one, the custom post type price, this one. So in order to do this, we're going to be relying on this name. So for example, let's give it a specific, let's call it input or just price. I don't think it's going to be duplicated. So we gave the name of our input, keep in mind that. So in our input, we gave the name of price. We're going to be using this one later on down below. Alright, so let me just go here and let's create a new variable. Let's call it price, and let's make it equal to the following, which is the post. So $dash post must be in uppercase, and inside square brackets, let's put that name, which is, let me put it here, which is price. Alright, so now we got that variable. So we converted that HTML input into a real variable. So anything that's going to be typed over there, it's going to be here. It's going to be inside this price variable, of course. Alright, so here what I'd like to do is to just copy this variable, and let's paste it here. Alright, so now we're good. But actually what we need to do is to delete this row, because like I said, it won't going to be duplicated. So this ID should be just once. So I'm going to just delete this one. Alright, and let's go back and let's give it, for example, this post, I'm going to give it a different price. For example, 200 or 199.99. Alright, so let's see if this value is going to be saved or not. So let's go to update, and let's go to our database, click on the course details, and I don't think it's, no, we did a mistake, so there is a problem. Let's go back here and let's check. Alright, so the problem that I did is I forget to add this comma, so you need to add it. So let's save, and let's go back here and let's do refresh. So let me put this price, so let me put the price here, so $299.99. Let's go ahead and do an update. Alright, so let's select this one, and as you can see, we got it. We got our ID, which is 9, and the price, which is $299.99. So as you can see, this method is working perfectly. All we have to do right now is to do it for the other stuff, for the other inputs. So first we have this one, which is the subtitle. I'm gonna just copy it, but you know what, it must be a lowercase. So subtitle. Alright, the price, we already added the name of that. Here we have the video trailer. I'll just write video. And here the curriculum, we can name it content, like this. Alright, so let's go down below and let's add all those variables. So down below here, I'm gonna just copy this one and paste it 3 times. So let's paste first one, second one, and the third. So we have the price, we have the content, which is here, I forgot about that. Over here we have subtitle, you can just copy it, it's the same name. And lastly we got the video, I'm gonna just copy it and paste it here. What about the content? Let me check. Yes, we set it to curriculum and content. Yes, we're good. Could just add some tabs here to make everything organized. like this. Same thing for this one. All right, so let's do the same thing here. I'm gonna just copy this line and let's paste it here. So first 3 times, 2 and 3. All right, so we have the video, we paste it here and put it also here. We have the subtitle. So keep in mind that these are the names of the table, of the database table. So these have the video, price, content. So subtitle, here we have content. Let me just copy it and paste it here. It's the same. Subtitle, Control C, Control V. Video is video, subtitle, content, price is price. Alright, so let's add some tabs. Just pressing the tab on the keyboard to give it some space. Alright, so now we're good to go. All we have to do is to test this out. So let's go back here. I'm gonna just delete this post because, like I said, we cannot add another row that has the same ID. So we're gonna be fixing this one in the coming lecture. We're gonna be doing an update to that line of database. Alright, so let's go here. Let's refresh and let's insert some data. So this is our subtitle. Alright, down below we can write price, which is 29. Down below video price we can say YouTube, and here for the content we can say section versus lecture. It's just a text, just a test. Alright, so let's do an update, and as you can see we can see nothing here. Gonna fixing that also. Let's click here, and as you can see we got it. So we got here the ID. The title is missing, we gotta fix the title. The subtitle we got it. The video we got it to YouTube. Gonna put a link, the price, and the content. For the thumbnail we don't need it right now, so but we need the title. For the title we're going to be using the same function. So we use this function to get the ID. We can add another function to get the title. So let me write here title. Oops, title. Okay, so let's make it equal to the following: get the title, the post title. Simply straightforward. Alright, so let's close that with the semicolon like this, and let's give it another try. So you're gonna see a weird thing happening right now. So let's just delete this row. I'm gonna just delete it. Actually, you're not gonna be able to see it right now. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we can just name the price $10, and let's go ahead and update. So since that's gonna be dynamically added, so let me just check. Yes, we didn't add any title whatsoever. Let's just add a title. Well, actually we have it, which is course number 1. Yes, it should be visible. Why is that? Get the title. Actually we didn't add it here. That's a big fail. Let's just copy this line and paste it here, and let's say title. So keep in mind that the first element here is this one. Title, it must be the same. And let's set it to title here, which is the top variable, this one. Alright, so let's save, let's go back, let's delete that row which is deleted, and let's do an update. So we gotta see course number 1. Yes, we got it. And as you can see, everything is empty because these fields are empty. So we gotta figure out a way to keep those, to show them here, so that we can, when we hit update, gonna be inserting that data, but also we don't need to keep deleting this row. So this is the subject of the next coming lecture. We're gonna fix those in the next coming lecture. So see you soon. So welcome back, gentlemen, to this new tutorial. So now we're gonna be continuing our work. So what I'd like to do right now is to update our database. So the problem that we got right now is once this row is created with the same ID, we cannot create another one. So actually what we need to do is to update this row that has this specific ID. Alright, so let's get to work. I'd like to get back to my code here and let's work on it. So actually what we need to do first is to insert only one row. So basically we need to have this row established with the ID. So let's do it. I think we're gonna get this one once we finish. Let me just copy everything here, Control X to cut, and let's just paste it temporarily down below. So always the first step must be to create this ID, row with that ID. So down below we need to update this row. So this is the insert function. I'm gonna get down and let's add another function. So $, and let's set it to update. So basically in this function, if you want to update some kind of a row, we need to provide 3 elements. The first element is always the name of that database. I'm gonna just copy this one. Let's paste it here. So basically which row or which table you want to update on, which is this one. The second element is gonna be which row. For example, you want to update something, some row from here, which one? So we want to update the row that has the ID of 9. So let's use that condition. So first I'm gonna just open the square brackets, and I need to, you know what, let's just copy this one because it's the same. No, actually I made a mistake. So the second element is the row that you want to update. You want to update it with what? So actually here we want to update, for example, price or title, price. Yeah, let's go with price. So we want to update price with price, with that variable. All right, with this variable. All right, so let's save that. Let's close it. And the third parameter is gonna be the row that you want to do an update on. In our case, I want to do an update on the row that has the ID of our post, which is the variable ID. All right, so let's save. I think that's it. Also here we need to add a comma. Let's add another comma here. All right, so let's save this. Also I need to comment this from here, and let's close that comment because we're gonna be reverting to this later. Let's just check if our update function is working or not. It's on the price. Also I would like to, yes, we can just keep that row. Let's set the price to 40. Let's do an update. All right, so let's check this out. As you can see, it's updated. We have price of 40. We can set it here to 90. All right, so let's do an update. All right, so let's refresh, and as you can see, it's updating. So this is the exact way to do it. All you have to do right now is to update all these elements. It's not just the price. Okay, let me just make some order here. All right, so let's copy everything and let's paste it here. All right, so we gotta update the title, the price, the content, the subtitle, and the video. So like I said, WordPress is asking us which row to change. So we're telling it to change the one that has the ID of this one. So it's gonna go straight to this ID, and it's gonna keep changing the title, subtitle, and so on and so forth. All right, so let's go here and let's do refresh, and let's start filling these data. So this is our subtitle, the price, let's set it to 29, video, YouTube, and curriculum. This is section. You can set it, for example, to Vimeo, just to keep stuff a little bit different. Okay, so let's do an update. Let's go here and let's see it. As you can see, everything is working excellent. An excellent way. We have course number 1. This is our subtitle, Vimeo, 29, and the content. What about the content? Let me check the content. I think, yeah, the content is here. Section versus, so we made a mistake. So let me check. Content is set to content. So why is that? Okay, let me check here the content. Okay, let's do an update. Yes, we got a problem with the content. Let me just go all the way to the custom fields and let's check. Curriculum, contents, video, price, subtitle. Yes, I can see the problem. So here in this variable, we're setting content to price, which is not the right way. So let's set it content to content. All right, so let's go back here. Let's do refresh, and let me just write all of those again. 10. Okay, the video, let's set it to Vimeo, and the curriculum, section versus lecture. Okay, so let's do an update, and let's go here to refresh, and as you can see, we got it here established. So everything is working just fine. So all we have to do right now in the coming lecture is to retrieve this data and put it here. We need to show it here because right now, once we hit update, so WordPress is going to be updating the database based on empty fields. So check this out. If we go here, gonna see that everything is gonna be empty except the course number 1, which is the title, because the title is dynamic. We're using a dynamic variable here, same as the ID. Alright, so we're gonna be doing this in the next coming lecture, so see you soon. Alright, so in this tutorial I'd like to show you how can we display. So once we submit some data here and save it to the database, we need to retrieve it and show it here. So let's get down to it. So I'm gonna jump back into my custom fields function, this one, and I'm gonna start by retrieving data. Or you know what, let's first try to save something. So for example, 29, YouTube versus section versus lecture. All right, so they are saved and updated, but we cannot see anything here. But once we hit update again, everything is gonna be lost because it's empty. We're updating our table with empty stuff, so we need to remove that. All right, so let's go back here. All right, so I'm gonna start by calling our database. So global WordPress $, the $sign WPDB, and let's go down and let's write the name of the database that you want to retrieve data from, which is in our case, let me just get back to my cPanel. I call this one, even though it's my local PHP my admin, but it's the real cPanel. So this is the name of the table. So let's write that down. So I need to create a variable. We can call it our database, our DB, and let's make it equal to the name of that. So like I said, again, we're going to be using the prefix, so DB, and let's set it to the prefix point or dot, and let's open the quotation marks, and let's write this. So LMS dash, or you know what, let me check again. So it's LMS dash course dash details. I'm gonna just copy it from here. There is no need to include the web page. We already take care of that using the prefix. So LMS, let me just remove the extra, and I think we can just close this variable. All right, so this is where the real fun gets started. So we need to write, for example, price, a variable price. So let's set it to the following. So I'm gonna start again with the WordPress with OPDB, and let's set it to this. So we need to get var variable, get variable. All we need is just one variable. In case you need to get the entire row, in that case you need to set get column. In our case we just need one variable, so let's set it to get var, and let's open the parentheses, let's close it, and inside it I'm going to start with these quotation marks, and we need to select. So let's select. So we're talking to the database, so as you can see everything is uppercase. So select what we need to select. So select what we need to select, for example, price. Yeah, let's select price. But here, as you can see, I'm going to be using a different quotation marks. These are the angled one, don't know what to call them, but you can find them on the top of the tab. So select price, where, from. So we need to write from what? From the database. What is our database? This one. So we already created the variable. I'm gonna just put it here, but we need to put it inside those angle quotation marks like this. But we need to, let me go back so that I can explain. So we're telling WordPress to select price, all right, from our database, from this one. But as you can see, we have a lot of prices here. We have the first one, second one, third one. Which one do you need? So the condition that we're gonna be using is the course ID. We're gonna be telling WordPress to select the price of the ID that has 9. So it's gonna go straight. So ID 9, what is the price? 29. So display it. So the condition that we're gonna be adding here is the following. So where is the ID? This one, the ID. So let's put it inside again these weird quotation marks, where ID is equal to 9. So let's set it equal to 9. Not like this. So equal to 9, but not like this. Let me just go back. Let's put it inside. So it's equal to 9. All right, so let's save that, and let's go back and let's do something. I'm gonna just echo our course price is, I'm gonna press a dot here, and let's add that variable, which is price. Also here I'd like to add some space. So price. All right, so let's save that, and let's go back and let's take a look if it's gonna be visible or not in our custom field. So let's refresh, and as you can see, our course price is 29, which is working just fine. But the problem with this procedure, let me just explain. So if we got multiple courses, each one with its own ID, here we're going to be sticking to 9. So we need to somehow to make this 9 dynamic. So like I said before, we already used that variable. So let me just write it here. So I'm going to add ID. Let's make it equal to get the ID. We already used this one. So this is a WordPress function that's going to help us to get the post of this one, of this course right here. So all we have to do right now is to put it inside. But before doing that, I'd like to jump into the PHP. So as you can see, I'm adding other quotation marks and double dots, and inside it we can put ID. So now as you can see, it's a PHP variable, not just a text. All right, so let's save and let's go back and let's refresh and see if it's gonna be working or not. So let's upgrade this. All right, so let's refresh. Actually, it's from here. Yes, but we gotta delete this. Or you know what? We can just, for example, the price, let's set it to 86 or something like that. So let's do an update. All right, 86 is shown, and also we got it here. So all we have to do right now is to display it here in its location, not here. So that is really easy. All we have to do is the following. So I'm gonna be going to this input, and we can add value. So this is the written value of that input. So for example, you can say hello. If you do refresh, you can always see this hello here. So that's the price. But also here, if we don't update, it's gonna be updated here, which is not the case. So actually what we need to do is to put that variable instead. So we need to make this field dynamic. So I'm gonna be copying this price that we pasted here. So let's copy it and let's put it here. So actually what we need to do is to open PHP tag inside that. So let's close it and let's do echo that price. All right, so let's close it. All right, so let's go back and let's do refresh. So 14. Let's do an update. Bam, as you can see, we got it. So this is a successful operation. We got our price. All right, so let's do the same thing for all these other variables. I'm gonna just copy this one, the price, and let's go down and paste it 3 times. So we get the video, we get the content, and we have the subtitle. So I'm gonna just start subtitle. So we're gonna get variable select subtitle instead of price from our database, where the ID is equal to the ID. It's gonna stay the same. So the second one is gonna be the video. So let's get the video, select the video from our database, same thing. Last is gonna be the content. So let me just copy this one and let's select the content from our database. Also here I'd like to give it some tabs so that you can see it even better. You can see select price subtitle from our database. Okay, I think we're good. So let's do the same thing here. I'm gonna just copy this value and I'm gonna be pasting it in everything. So we got first the subtitle. Let's add it here. Subtitle. I'm gonna just change this one with subtitle. All right, here we have the video trailer. Gonna be adding it here. Just this one. It's just the value. So let's just copy this one. Control C and let's paste it inside. And here let's put video. And lastly, we have the content. So let's paste it here. So value of the content. Oops, not this way. Content. All right, so let's go back and let's check if this is working or not. So subtitle, this is our subtitle. Let's change this one to 40. Video trailer, let's use Vimeo, and section versus lecture. So let's do an update and let's see if it's gonna stick or not. And bam, as you can see, everything is working just fine. This is our second. Can do another check. This is our second subtitle. Here let's set it to 60, Vimeo number 2 versus section versus lecture number 2. All right, so let's do an update and let's see if everything is working. Bam, all is good, all is doing excellent. All right, so that's it for this lecture. So if you have any questions, you can leave them. So thanks a lot, and I hope to see you in the next coming lecture. Take care. All right, so what I'd like to do in this new lecture is to start designing our website, our course template. So this is the final result that you're going to be able to achieve. This is just the first part. All right, so what do we got here? First, I'd like to set the structure of our page, for the design that we're going to be doing. So a page is a combination of multiple divs that construct the page. So I'd like to show you that. So what do we got here? First, we got this top bar that has the title, it has the reviews, and also the subtitle. So I'm gonna be writing that over here. So let's say that this is our website. So I'm gonna just set it to green. This is our entire website. So on the inside we have this top bar, this top section. Let's set it to red or black, and let's do it, for example, here. All right, something like this. So it's centered. So for this one, I'm giving it 75% of the entire div, of the entire width. So let's say that from here to here, oh, that's the red line. From here to here we have 100%. This is 100% width. So let's see if we have 1200 pixels. So this is 100%, and this inner div is gonna take 75%. So this is just the first div. Second one, as you can see, 75 is a little bit shorter. So here I expand it. Maybe this one is 90, just to show you. So the second one is we have this div on the downside. Let me just show you. So we have another div here. It has the same dimension as the previous one, which is 75. Let's just set it like this. So both those are black, which means that they have both 75 width. So on the inside we have two divs inside this div. You can yeah, no need to do that. So we have this one that contains our video, and the second one that contains the informations about our course, price, and get started title, get started the button. So here let's set it, for example, the first one must be, I think, 70. Yes, I set it to 70, so let's add it here. So this is the video. It has a width of 70%, and we're left with 30% for this sidebar, this one, this side section. So let's set it, for example, to blue. All right, so let me just write that down here. So this one is 70%, 30%, sorry, 30%. All right, so basically now we have a pretty much good idea about what we're gonna be building. So the first div is gonna contain 100, it's gonna be 100%. Inner div is gonna 70. This one also 70. This one also 70. Yes, and we have 75, and on the inner we have 70 and 30. All right, so let's do that. Gonna simply jump into my template, which is this one, and let's start working on it. Alright, so let's check what we got so far. We got nothing. Let me just duplicate this one. Duplicate, as you can see, we got nothing. Alright, so let's go ahead and start designing this. So first I'd like to start with an HTML. So HTML tag like this. So for the title, we can call it course page. Also for this title, we're going to be making it dynamic. So check this out. I would like to show you this cool thing. So I would like, instead of making it, I'd like to put the title of our course page here. So the title of it is course number 1. Yes, I believe that's the, you can jump into, yes, plugin, not plugin, but this, nope. So simple LMS 2 over here. Let me just jump into admin, WP admin. All right, so Jenkoff 1 through 1, 2, 3. Jump to courses and course, and as you can see, the first title, you can also change the title. The title is a little bit boring. I'm gonna just copy this one, producing with Pro Tools first. Just put it here. Let's update the course, and as you can see, it's updated. But here I'd like to put it here. So course number dash or something like that. Let's go ahead and do it. So instead of having this course title, I'm gonna just delete it and open a PHP tag over here, and I'm gonna be echo. We can echo anything here. Hello. So if we save and go back here and do refresh, you can see it here. Hello. So instead of doing that hello, I'd like to echo echo the get the post title, or get the title, just the title. All right, so let's close that. All right, so let's see if it's gonna be working right. And as you can see, it's working. So producing with Pro Tools first, and also over here you can add, for example, let me just show you. You can add just for the SEO stuff. You can add, for example, dash and simple LMS, which is the name of your plugin that you're selling. And as you can see, we got it. So we have producing with Pro Tools first, simple LMS. So this is the first step toward creating a nice page. All right, so here on the body, let's start working on it. So like I said, we have an inner div, a main div. So this one, let's go back, always go back to this one. So this green one, the one with the green. So it has 100% of the entire div. So there is no need to include that because it's already having that. So on the inside, we have another div. We have this one that has 75%, this one. So I'm gonna be writing that down here. So class, I'm gonna be giving it call dash 75. We're gonna be using this class in just a second. So next one we got, so we can also call it or give it some kind of a color. Yes, just so that you can see it. So bj dash red. Let me check here. Okay, we can give it, for example, this color here, bj blue. All right, so let's paste that and let's go back here. Let's do refresh to our page and let's take a look. As you can see, nothing is working. And let me just jump into the inspect elements and check what we got. This is our course templates, meta box. Okay, why is not? Why is yeah, I think I got the problem. So basically, if you want to include the CSS, like I said before, you must include the web page head. So let's do it here. So let's open that PHP tag here, and let's include the web page dash head. Let's close that with a semicolon. Let's go back here, the refresh, still nothing. Yes, we have the CSS running here, but why no, I'm not seeing any of the. Let's go here. This is our template. We can just write something. I think we gotta write something. Yes, so this one we can test. Alright, so let's go back, and as you can see we got that blue, which is fine. So now it's working just fine. So this is the main div that's going to contain everything. So also what I'd like to do is put it at the center. It should be centered just like this. So this div must be at the center. So let's put it at the center. So for that I'm going to be using the MA class, which is this one. The MA, the margin auto. Yeah, let's go back here, let's do refresh. And as you can see, it's centered. Also I'd like to delete this top thing. I don't like it. This is our custom template, also this extra stuff. Alright, so let's save, go back, do refresh, and now we're good to go. Alright, so what's the next step is to add. So we can write something here. I don't like to keep it empty. So what we got here? Got, for example, the title, the course title. I'm gonna just copy it and let's put it inside here. So let's put it inside like this. Alright, so let's go back, do refresh here, and as you can see we got it. Alright, so down below we're gonna just keep these details for later. So down below we got producing with Pro Tools first. I think I'm gonna go one way or another. So let's copy this, copy it, and let's paste it here. Should put it on the top. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back, do refresh. As you can see we got it on the top. This is our title. Down below we have the stars and we have the reviews. Just copy everything we got here. We're gonna be making it dynamic later on, so for now let's just put everything here. Actually not like that. I don't think it should be this way. Let me check. The refresh. Yes, we got the students. So each one must have its own div. But we're gonna get back to and work on that. For now, let's just finish structuring our website. So we got the navigation, or these tabs. We have the title and we have the reviews and stuff like that. So down below we have the video and this part. So what I'd like to do is to add the second div. It's gonna contain those. Let me show you this second div. So this is the second div I'm working on, this one. The black one, not the inner ones. So this one must have also a class of 75. So class call-75, and also it must be an MA, which means centered. So here I'd like to give it the first blue color, so BJ, like this. Go back. Let's go back here and let's do refresh. Got nothing because we need to write something here. Alright, so on the inside, you can, for example, write something test again, and we're gonna be seeing that new div, this one, even though it doesn't have any color. BJ blue -1, I think. -1. Alright, let's go back to refresh. As you can see, we got it, it's working. So on the inner div, I'd like to put two divs again. So first div, we're gonna be giving it a class of 30%, like 70%, yes, this one. So we're working on the green div. So call-70. Let me check if I already got that class or not. As you can see, we don't have it, so let me just go back here and let's add it. So we got 70. I don't know why we don't have the 75 and it's working just fine. That's weird. I think it's because of the cookies, because I just deleted that class. All right, let me copy this one and let's paste it on the top, and let me set it to 75. So I'm gonna be keeping that class. Why is that called 75? Yeah, it's working. All right, so right now let's go back here, and inside this inner div we need to put video, and down below we need to add another div. Its class is gonna be just 30%, class call dash 30%. Can just add that class too. Let me add this class 30%, 30%. So refresh video, and we got it on the other side. We can add it, for example, here we can add some price $70 or $49.99. I believe you can see it on the other side. Yes, it's down below because we didn't set it to be on the same line. So let me explain. So we need to have the video. You know what? That's easy. Let me just include. I'm gonna be searching for any video that I found. So for example, this cute cat. Gonna just go here and let's copy that. Save. Actually, we must go to the video. So share, and let's go to embed. I'm gonna just copy this iframe. Let's go back here and let's put it inside the video. All right, so let's save. Let's go back and check our video. This one, let's do refresh, and as you can see, the video is embedded. And here, as you can see, I want to have the price on this side, on the right side. So let's do it. So actually, what we need to do is we need to have these two classes, these two divs on the same level. So actually, we need to go to the div that contains them both, and we need to give it a flex, display flex. So this one, actually we don't have it. So point flex means display flex. No, flex, just flex. Okay, let's go back to refresh. Bam, as you can see, it's on the right side. So the video is small here because we have a width, we have a limited width. So here you can see it, the width is 560. You can set it to 100% so that it can take the entire div width. So let's do refresh, and as you can see, it's taking the entire div, which is nice. So this is 70 and this is 30. It's left with the 30%. All right, so for the height, I would like to work on the height a little bit. So the height, let's give it, for example, 480 pixels. Let's do refresh, maybe a little bit bigger. Let me check. Yes, this one is a little bit long. So we can give it 560. All right, let's go back to refresh. I think now it's working, it's perfect. Okay, so we got these two divs. So let's check what we got on the right panel. We have this watch for only $15. Let's put it at the here, but actually we need to add the peak paragraph so that we can have more control over that. Let's do refresh, it's working. It should be centered. So to do that, it's really easy. I'm gonna be adding the class of center. And I'm gonna go to my style and let's add it. So we already added that class, the center, text align center. All right, so let's go back to our text to refresh. As you can see, it's centered, which is awesome. We have down below the button. So let me add here a button. So button, and we can, what's the name of that button? What's on the inside? get started. So get started, save that. Let's go back here to refresh. As you can see, we got our button, but also I'd like to put it at the center. So let's give it a class of center. All right, so let's go back to refresh. No, it's not centered. So I think let's use the MA, the margin auto. No, nothing. So actually, let me try to center everything that we got inside this div. So this inner div. Go back to refresh. As you can see, everything is centered. So here there is no need to include, for example, the center here. Neither here, because it's already centered. But actually, I would like to expand this button to cover almost 90%. I would like to want it to reach this position here. So let's do that. I'm going to be adding a call dash 90%. So for the class, yes, we got the 90%. So let's go back and let's see. And as you can see, it's taken almost everything. Also, what I'd like to do is I'd like to change this text to make it white. So everything inside this div must be white. So C dash white. So this is the class. I'm going to be adding it. So let's add it on below this one. So C dash white. And we need to set color to white. All right, so let's save that. Let's go back to refresh. As you can see, it's white. All right, so what do we got next? We have these texts. Access all the 250, 2500 courses and stuff like that. I'm gonna get back here and I need to put it on below here. So let's add paragraph again. Let's put that inside. All right, so let's do refresh. Got it. How much do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 texts. Can just copy them. Right, let's save. I'm gonna take it to the side, and also this one to the side, and let's keep copying everything. This one too. This one, watch anytime, access. Alright, and the last one is the money guarantee. Alright, so let me just remove that extra space. Alright, so let's save. Let's go back here to refresh, and as you can see, we got all the texts down below, which is awesome. Alright, so what we need to do right now is, let me check. So let's add this text on the bottom, but also we're gonna be going back and adding these icons. So for now, I'd like to add this line, this horizontal line, so we can add it here. So it's called HR. Alright, so let's go back here to refresh, and as you can see, we got a line here, which is looking nice. And down below, we gotta add these details. Alright, so let's add another paragraph. Inside it, let's paste that text. Alright, so let's save, go back here, let's do refresh, and we're good. Alright, so let's carry on our work. So we're still working on this first top section. So this is what we got so far. Don't mind these colors because we're gonna be changing them. So on the right side, we set this okay with these texts. Alright, even though it doesn't have the same width. Let me check. Yes, maybe. Alright, so down below, I'd like to add here this text. So let me just copy it. Let's call it subtitle. Yes, the course subtitle. Alright, so I'm gonna be adding it here. So let's add a new paragraph. Let's paste that stuff. Let's go back here. Let's do refresh. As you can see, we got it, which is awesome. Alright, so we're gonna be working on the fonts later on. For now, let's put all the essential elements. So down below here, so we need to give this one the white color first. Let's do it. So inside this div, this one should have, let's just So class of that, this one should have the white, so bj dash white. All right, so let's go back to our CSS style and let's add that. So bj dash white. So it's gonna be the white background. So background color white smoke is good. All right, so let's save that. Let's go back. It's not difference between white and white smoke is that the white smoke is not that strong. It has this kind of a smoke in it, which looks awesome. All right, so here we have the bj white, and let me check again. The class is bj, so it's not working because of the cookies. So Control Shift and delete, and let's delete everything, all the data. Let's go back here, the refresh, bam, it's working. So we gotta do it like this, but also what I'd like to do is I don't want the entire div to look white. So instead of doing it this way, I'm gonna add another div on the inside, and I'm gonna just copy everything here, Control X, paste it here, and instead of making this div as the white color, I'm gonna be giving it to the inner div. So class here, let's give it the white, but also for the width, I'm gonna give it 9%, and margin auto to put it at the center. So let's do refresh, and bam, we got it working. Now this is awesome achievement. Alright, also for the color, let's switch, or I'm gonna be changing here the color. So let's write C white or C black actually, not C white, C black. Alright, let's make it B uppercase. Alright, so let's go back to our style, and here let's add it. So C dash black, color is gonna be black. Alright, so let's check our text, bam, black. Alright, so now I think it's time to fix the entire color. I don't like it to be like this. I want to fix it. Alright, so let's try to give the entire div this color here. So this color is the bj, let me check. This one, the blue one. I'm gonna be giving it to the bigger div. So class here, let's give it here. And for this second blue, actually we don't need it. I'm gonna just delete it. Let's go back to refresh, bam, got it looking like this. Not exactly, but closer. I think that's the second color, second bluish color. This blue looks boring. Yes, let's try the second blue. Let's save, let's go back to refresh. Nope, it's not like that. So let's just keep it as the first. Alright, so what's next? We gotta work on, so for example, this one I don't like it, to be honest. So this div here, this one, the one that we gave it 90%. Let me try to remove the MA. Alright, but it's still looking like that. bj col dash 90. Let's remove the column, the width. I'd like to have it centered at the top, not like this. So let me try margin top 0. So MT 0. Let's see if we got it that or not. So the margin top, actually we don't have it. So margin top 0 means margin top equals to 0 rem. So let's save. Let's go back to refresh, nothing. You can expect element and work on it here until we got the solution. So this div, yeah. I'd like to have it. Yeah, let's try this out. Let's go back here. So this div, gonna try to copy this. Oops. Let's try to copy this and paste it here, and let's remove this div. Alright, so let's see if it's gonna be fixed or not. Bam, Now it's awesome. All right, so all we have to do right now is to give it some space here. So I'm going to be giving this div a margin left, so margin left of 1. So margin left, margin top. Let's copy this. So margin left. So as you can see, we're writing our own library here. So margin left, it's gonna be margin left here of 1 rem, for example. Let's see if it's gonna be nice or not. Yep, it's looking fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna be making it a little bit small until it fits this. All right, so actually now let's work on the bottom side. So we gotta add this instructional details, so let's do it. So here down below, I think this is the main div, the main blue div. So here I'm gonna be adding it here. But actually this one belongs to, yes, the 75. Call that 75. What? We have two 75s. That make no sense. Yes, this one, this div is everything here. Yes, I got it. So this is the video and this is the second element. So here down below I'm gonna be adding another div. It's gonna be, so it's inside the p and it's called instructor. All right, so let's see if that's, go back here and let's do refresh, and we got a stitch. Yes, as you can see, we got it on the right side. So that's because we're still having this one as a flex. Everything inside this div is gonna be flex, which is on the same line. So this is not the way to go. So actually we need to fix this. So I think the way to fix it is to limit that. So for example, call dash let me try this. So I'm gonna be adding a new div here. I'm gonna be copying everything that we got here, and we're gonna be putting it inside. But here for the for this div, I'm gonna be give it a black block. All right, so I'm gonna be, so the block here means that it should not be centered. All right, so let's save that block. We gotta add it to the flex. So display flex, display block. So block means display block. Right, so let's save that. Let's go back here to refresh. Now it's not working. So let me check. Yeah, call dash 30. Let's give it here. Let's do refresh. Actually it's working, but it's weird. So margin top equals to 0. Let me check that again. Do we have the margin top applied? Yes, it's applied here. So margin top. Let's give it padding top instead. Padding top. No, nothing. What about giving it here 10 rem? Yep, it's working. But it doesn't want to work. So padding, margin, nothing actually. Yeah, let's just go back. Let me just reverse back to the previous one without the need for this div. Instructor. So let's go back to refresh. Yep. So I need to structure the page in another way. Instructor. How can I put it on the downside here? So this one, what if we give it a block? I'm sure it's not gonna work, but yes, because it's making no sense to put the inside enter that. You know what, let's play dump here. So I'm gonna just get out of this div that has the flex in it. Gonna go down below here, and I'm gonna be adding a new div. Alright, and let's give it class of 30%. So this is the left side. So call dash 30, and let's make it left. We're pushing it to the left side. Let's do refresh. Got the instructor here, but it's not here. I want it to be here. Left. No, actually we gotta put it at the right. Yes, right. Still not working. Div. Just 30%, but it's set to the left. Where is the left? I don't see it. So let's try to Control Shift and delete. Let's clear the data and let's take a look at it. Refresh, still nothing. No, actually it's left here. Yes. No, actually it's right. Still you know what, we can add an empty div. Let me try this out. So this bottom div is gonna have a width of 100%. Alright, and inside it we're gonna have two divs. First one's gonna have a call of 70%, just like the previous one, and the second one's gonna have a div of, so class of call dash 30%. Alright, and inside this second element we're gonna be putting this instructor. Alright, so let's take a look right now. Alright, where is the 70? Yes, should we put some text here? 1, 2, 3. Oh yes, but it's gotta be a flex. Yeah. So this one, let's put it as a flex. Alright, so let's delete that 1, 2, 3. Let's refresh. Bam. Finally. Got it working. So the 70%, even though this is not 70. So it's 70 of the main div. It doesn't have 100%. Yes, this one has 70%, 75. So now it's gonna be centered. Let's refresh. And it also must be in MA. So that you can put it at the center. So let's refresh. Now it's working in an excellent way. Yep. Even though for the top part we have that MA, but that's okay. Alright, so let's go back here and let me check. Why we have that same line over there? Okay, they are close to each other. Okay. Let's add the center here. Nope, no, it's not working. Let's do refresh. I'm gonna just keep it that way. So what we got on the bottom? Okay, so what we got next? So I'm gonna add, we got the image and the new IPS projects. So down below this structure, I'm gonna be adding a new div because it has to be on flex so that you can put both elements, the picture. So here we have this one, and I think the image is the first one. So let's just write here EMG, which is image. We're gonna be replacing that later on. All right, so let's go here, let's do refresh, and it's messed up. It's messy. Yeah, I think it should be down below here. So let's just copy this, put it inside here, this new div. Like this, but this div here, let's give it a class of flex. Alright, so let's go here to refresh. You can see that we have the image, which is this one, and we have the new IPS project, and here we have some description. Let's add it down below. So here let's add a P, and let's put dot content right around. So let's go back here to refresh. Yep, we got that stuff. All right, so we're gonna be fixing the details in just a sec. Let me just finish putting everything together. All right, so I think that's it for this section. Alright, so what I'd like to do is to start developing this section even more. As you can see, it sucks right now. So I'd like to start first with this color, this nice blue color. Let me just copy its, you can just get it from here, for example. Where is it? This one, that's actually the class body. Yes, I think it's this color. So I'm gonna just copy it, and let's go here to my CSS. I think here we're using the blue one. I'm gonna just paste it here for the blue one, just like this. We can delete that extra dash. All right, let's go here to refresh, and we gotta delete that. Delete the data. All right, so refresh, and there we go. We got our same color, which is looking awesome. So here, as you can see, we need to set the white color for all the stuff on the top. So let's do that. So here I'm gonna set it to C white. C white, like this. Go back here. Oops, no, not this. To refresh here, as you can see, it's white, which is awesome. So before working on the, gotta do it to the bottom side. So in structure and stuff like that, this is gonna be C white. C white 2. All right, so refresh. Bam. So what do we got? What should we be working on right now? So I'm gonna start working on the fonts. The colors, the fonts. All right, so in this tutorial, I'd like to show you how can we change the fonts of our text here to make it look interesting. So I'm gonna be jumping into the Google Fonts. I'm gonna show you how we can include that. I'm gonna go here, for example, to this, and I'd like to choose, for example, some kind of so the Roboto. Yes, we can use this one. This one looks awesome, but for the small, we need 2 copies of this one. We need the bigger one, this one, and we need the small one. So let's start with the bigger one first. So let's select the style, and I'm gonna dismiss this. So Roboto, I'm gonna be importing the last one. This one, Control X like this, and let's jump here into our page, and I'm gonna jump into the head, and I'm gonna paste this link here. And we can also add, I don't know, I think I forgot, yeah, this one. So here we can call this one Google Fonts. I think it's the Roboto. So Google Fonts Roboto. Let me check if it's right. Yes, it's the Roboto. Yeah, we can just copy it. And here we need to copy this, and let's go to the CSS. I'm gonna go to the CSS here, and let's call it, for example, fonts, text fonts or something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna start with F fonts family. Yes, it's the font family. So FF and double dash, and let's say Roboto. And inside this brackets, I'm gonna be putting the font family, which is Roboto, sans serif. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back here. So we started with the bigger one, I think. Yep. So I'm gonna jump into not the index, but to the bigger title. So this is the title of our page. Where is it? This one. So I'm gonna add a class here, and let's say ff dash double dash Roboto. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back to our text, and let's do refresh. And as you can see, it's working. We got the producing with Pro Tools first. This one has the Roboto texts. If not, I like it to be yes, I think I'm going to be using this one instead. Yes, this one. I don't want it to be italic. So this one. So let me just copy this. Let's go back, paste it here. So without the italic stuff. So let's do refresh. Perfect. No, it's perfect. All you have to do right now is to increase its size. So I'm gonna go back here, and let's start with FS font size double dash 2. So I'm gonna get back to my style here, and let's add another category. So let's say font size. And down below let's write the following, so which is for example, let's start with FS double dash 2, and let's say font size is equal to 2 rem. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back here to refresh. As you can see, it's bigger, which is awesome. I think it has almost maybe 1.5. It's gonna be fine. But even this one looks fine. Let me just replace it with this one. I like the longer title. So let's paste it here so that you can see it even better. Let's go back to refresh, and I think it's fine. Yes, it's fine, even though it's a little bit bigger. I think, what about, let's go with 1.75. 1.75. Alright, so here 1.75. 1.75. So we should not be putting a point over there. What is this? Oh, that's a huge difference between the two, and yeah, 1.75. Yes, we gotta do it here. So 1.75. Save. Let's go back to refresh. Looking perfect. Alright, so for the top one, I'd like to use the same Roboto, but I'd like to go to the top one. I'm gonna be using this one. So let's select this one. Copy that. Let's go back here to the top again, and let's paste this one. So this is the second Roboto. So it's the same. Yes, it's gonna be weird right now. It's the same, except this one has the bigger bold or something like that. Let me try to see what's gonna happen, because it has the same class. There we go. So I think we gotta use another fonts. Yeah, gotta do that. So I'm gonna just delete this and keep using only the first one. But here let's find another one. Remove the italic. Yeah, let's use another one. I'm gonna go back to my fonts, and let's use a light one. Almost some variable, yeah. Something like this, Roboto condensed, but we need to have a light. So let's go with this one. .
actually, let's go back, find another one. Or yeah, I think I just not familiar with this one yet. Remove this style, select this style. You know what, let's just exit this one and start again. Sometimes it's behaving in a weird way, so let's just let's go with this one. This one looks fine. Yes, this one. Can just copy the first. Auslan, Roboto, Condense. Yes, basically we can choose multiple links. So I'm gonna just delete, remove all. I'm gonna just keep this one. This one looks nice. Just copy it. I'm gonna paste it here as a second fonts, and I'm gonna be copying this one. Oswald. So second one, point ff dash oswald. Not sure. Let me just check font family of this one. Oswald. Not Wald, but Wald. Oswald. So let's save that. Let's copy this. And let me go back here. And I'm gonna be applying it to the entire div. So something like this. I want everything to be affected with that. So let's go back to refresh. No, nothing is happening. Oswald, ff Oswald. Font family Oswald. Yes, why it's not working? So let's start again. Let's Control X, delete the cookies. Let's go back here to refresh. Still nothing. So we gotta fix that. Oswald, we got it. You know what? Let's do it to one element. Can just copy this one. Copy it, go back to some texts. For example, this one. Let's give it a class of this ff Oswald. So refresh, though it's not working. Let me go back here and see what seems to be the problem here. Import. Select. Let's copy this again. Let's go back here. Save that. Oswald. The Oswald doesn't seem to be working. I don't know why. So refresh. Nope. Let's choose another one. For example, this. I'm gonna just remove this one. And you can, for example, go with this. I like this one, this font, even though it's a little bit small, hard to read, but let's just check that out. I can just copy this, put it here again, and instead I'm gonna be copying this one. Gonna be pasting it inside this. Oh yeah, I think I got the problem. This is why it wasn't working. That's fine. It's too late right now. Save this. Go back to refresh. Yep, it's working, but it's really hard to read. It's nice, but it's hard to read. So let's find a bigger one. For example, let's remove this style. Let's use this one instead. I'm gonna just copy this. Let's go back here and let me select this one and paste it. I think we just changed this value, so that's all. Go back. I'm gonna be duplicating this tab to see the difference. So let's refresh. You can see the difference. I think this one looks fine. Yeah. All right. So let's make it a little bit. Let's make it really tiny. So yeah, let's just to make it similar to this. So I'm gonna get back here and let's give it a font size of, for example, FS _ 0.75. All right. So let's save that. Let's go back and let's add that. So I'm gonna just copy this one. Let's go down 0.75 and same thing here, 0.75. Let's go back to refresh. You can see it's tiny, but I think we gotta make it even more tiny. Let's remove this. See, yeah. I think we'll just go with 0.5. 0.5, yeah, 0.5 is fine. All right, so let's go here and let's do it 0.5. Save that, go back here to refresh. 0.5. I think we didn't update it here. 0.5. All right, so let's refresh. It's actually really tiny. I think 0.75 is fine. So let's keep those classes. Maybe we can need them later on. I'm gonna just set it here to 0.75. Let's refresh. I'm gonna just keep it that way. Also for the top, I'd like to give it some space here. So let's add. I'm gonna be adding some break on the top. So BR. Let's see. All right, now it's good. Now it's good. But for this one, I don't like to have too much space here. So I think I'm gonna be adding, what is the title? This is our title. I'm gonna be adding a margin top of 0. Margin top of 0. Let's see if it's gonna be working. Yep, it's working. And also margin bottom of 0. Margin bottom MB of 0. Let's check. Don't have it yet. Let me just copy this class and let's create it. Can go to here, and what is the margin? Yes, margin top 0, margin bottom 0, margin bottom of 0 rem. All right, so let's save that. Let's go back here. Let's refresh, and it's a little bit tiny, not like the previous one, but it looks better. All right, so like I said, I'd like to apply the same font to everything. So this font here, this Oswald, I'd like to, instead of applying it to just this navigation bar, I'd like to apply to the entire div. So let's paste it here, but I'm worried about this one. I don't want it to be applied to this. So let's refresh, and as you can see, it's applied to everything, and we have some kind of nice elements going on. All you have to do is just work a little bit with the font sizes to make them a little bit smaller. All right, so here what do we got? So what about FS 0.75? Let's refresh here. Even better. Start to look better right now. We applied the same font to everything. I think I'm gonna go with this way. This way looks fine. But to be honest, I think it should be a little bit thicker. So we tried this one. I think I'm gonna go with the light 300. So we can change that. From here. So light 300. All right. So let's go back here. Let's do refresh. I'm gonna be duplicating this one to see the difference. Yes, there is difference. I think this way it's looking awesome this way. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. I don't understand why we're having this white space here. Why do we have that? I don't have it here. Yep. 30, 70. This one has the G white. And let me check the elements. Yeah, let me try the margin bottom of 0. Margin bottom of 0. Nope, nothing. Padding bottom. No, nothing. Nothing. Let's just do refresh. And let's simply continue our work. So right now what we should be working on, let me check, let's go back here. I think should not be like that. I think putting this one inside another div is a must, even though we're gonna lose this top. I think that's fine. There is no need to worry about that. Yeah, I think that's a little bit. All right, so we got the fonts. We set the fonts right. Alright, so welcome back, gentlemen, to this new tutorial. So what I'd like to show you right now is the following. Alright, so welcome back, peeps, to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to show you how can we add these icons that we gotta be implementing in our page. So for example, we have the stars, we have the users, we have the timing, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, the icons add much more beauty to our website and makes it more professional. Alright, so for that I'm going to be using the Google fonts or the awesome fonts. Let me just jump into Google and let's search for awesome icons. Alright, so let's jump into this website and let's sign up. So we need to get a link. So I'm going to be for example, we can use for example these straight away. So we gotta sign in, so let's sign up. Alright, I'm gonna be using my email, which is evando, which is reality fakers.cgi or with gmail.com. So just sign up. Actually, so I want, for example, this icon. So let's start, for example, I want a star icon. So let's search for that. I need this one. Okay, so let's jump right in here, start using this icon. So we don't have the project, we gotta get started. So let's sign up first. I'm gonna be entering my email here, so I'm gonna be entering and send the kids code. So I already used this one, so just click on send and you're gonna receive a code like this. So after that you can confirm your account, and after that you're gonna get access to all these. Let me just show you. I'm gonna access, so avendo.games@gmail.com. so here I'm gonna just set my password. Alright, so after that you can just download the kit. So you're gonna receive this code here, the project kits. I'm gonna just copy it, and I need to paste it in the head. And here we can add this comment. So awesome fonts, awesome icons, awesome fonts, icons. Alright, so let's just get back here and fonts awesome. Yeah, awesome fonts. Alright, so now we got this all the fonts loaded, so we can just get back, for example, here and search for star. Let me just search for it, and for example I need to copy this star from here, so let's just click on it and I'm gonna start using this star, this icon. Can just copy this class and we can put it anywhere we want. For example, let's put it here and let's see if it's gonna be visible or not. So let's just jump back here to refresh. As you can see, we got our star, so we need to put it here besides the 88 reviews. So let's just copy it from here, so Control X, and we need to put it here. So let me just I'm gonna just write a new div just for the stars. So down below it must be flex, so class must be flex. We need to put those on the same line. So first we have I think 5 stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and down below we have the 88 reviews. We have a paragraph that has 88 reviews, so you can just paste that here. You can just delete it from here, and let's take a look at it. So refresh, as you can see, we got it, but it's not centered, so we can add, let me just show you. I'm going to be adding 2 divs here. So first div, just to keep everything organized, so this div must be here. I'm gonna just paste it right there. Let's save and let's see if it's gonna be fixed. Not almost, but not yet. So let's add another div for the previews. So divs for the previews here. Let's copy this X and paste it inside. Alright, so let's save that to refresh. Still nothing. So yeah, actually what we need to do is to add the MA so that we can keep everything organized. So let's just add here a class of MA. Alright, so let's take a look right now. Actually, yes, but not almost. So MA, but this div called dash 30. Close enough. Yes, actually the MA of just the top. So M top margin. So MTB. Yes. See. Nope. MTB. Do we have the MTB here? No, actually we don't have it. So let's add an MTB class and let's make it to margin top is auto, and we have the margin bottom set to auto as well. Alright, so let's save that, skip back to refresh, still nothing. Margin top auto, margin bottom auto, MTB. Let me check it again. So we can delete all the clear the data. Let's go back to refresh. Yep, there we go, got it, it's working just fine. Alright, so this is the deal, we have to do it this way. So next what we got, I think, what about removing that MTB? Let's refresh. Yes, it must be, should keep it. Alright, so it's centered. The second element that we got is this students enrolled. So let's add that. So this div is for one element, which is the stars or the reviews. So the second div is gonna be for the students enrolled. Let me just copy this, paste it inside. Let's take a look how it's gonna look like. Yes, the same. So actually the main div that contains these must be, we need to add another div, and the class must be flex so that we can have everything in one line. So we need to have the reviews, everything. So let me just copy all of this, let's paste them inside. Alright, like this. Let's save that. Let's go back to refresh, and as you can see we got it on the same line. So for example, the second paragraph, so let's add, for example, just this icon. Let's take a look at it. Just one icon. Yes, we got it on the top. So actually what we need to do is to copy everything that we got inside this div, and let's paste it here, and let's change only the elements. So for example, we have the reviews. I'm gonna put here the students enrolled. We can make this number dynamic as well. Just paste this one here, and I'm gonna delete all the stars and keep only one, because all we need is just yeah, but it sucks, it's not set right. First here, let me just delete. Let's go back to refresh. Yep, it's working. So let's change this icon by the second element, which is we got the users. I'm gonna just search for users here. So users, and this one here is just fine. I'm gonna just use it. So let's use this icon. I'm gonna just copy this one and replace it with this. What is it? Yeah, this one. Alright, so let's paste that. All right, let's save, let's go back here and let's do refresh. Okay, we got that, but I don't know why we're having this space here. It's nice, but I don't know. Let's use again the user clock icon to set the duration of our course. So let's just copy this icon, copy it from here, and let's paste it on the top. But actually gotta repeat the same process. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. So I'm gonna be changing that duration with 6 hours 36 minutes. Okay, let me delete this div. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back here and let's copy this user clock and let's paste it here. Alright, so let's go back here, save. Let's go back to refresh, and as you can see it's working. So we have 30% for each row. I think it's fine. But you know what? Let me try to remove all these width. Or let's just make them close to each other. Let's take a look. Yes, they are close. So for now I'm gonna just add, for example, the margin the margin left. Do we have the margin left? Margin left of 1. Yes, margin left. So here I need to add a margin left of 1. Same thing for here. So ML margin left of 1. So let's go back to refresh. We got some space right there, which is awesome. But actually I need to add of 3. Yes, margin left of 3. So let me add the second class, margin left of 3. Alright, so let's just give it enough space. Alright, it looks awesome. But also here I'd like to add a div or a margin left of 0.1. So let's add that. So margin left 0.5. And let's add it here 0.5. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back here. And besides this, so for example, the text here, the class margin left of 0.5. So let's save it. Let's see if it's gonna be better or not. As you can see, we got some nice space here, which is looking awesome. So I'm gonna just copy this and paste it just for the texts. So class, this class here, and also for this one. So class, let's give that all a margin. And as you can see, it's fixed and it's looking really good. So let's just carry on. Actually, don't need this. So now we need to work on the colors. I'd like to get this color here. I like this color, the orange color. So we can just get it from here. Let me just copy it. Actually, we can get it from this button. So there we go. This is the color. Just copy it. Let's go back here and let's create a new background color. So bj dash orange, and let's set background color to that color. All right, so let's go here, and for example, for this, we can give it bj dash orange. Not sure if I did it uppercase. bj. I think that's fine. All right, so let's go here. Let's refresh. But you can see the problem that we got here. I don't like the background. I want it to be color. So there is an easy quick fix to this. I'm gonna just copy this and go here. And instead of making it a background, it should be just a color. And here I'm gonna just delete this background and just keep the color. All right, and instead of giving this one a background color, I'll just give it a color. So see it like this. All right, so let's refresh, and as you can see, we got that color, which is looking awesome. All right, so I'd like to copy this color and put it for all this stars. So mtb, yes, it should be here. So let's add it here, and also let's add it here. So let's go back to refresh. Perfect. Perfecto. Alright, so also let's work on this button. I don't like to keep it this way. I'd like to make it orange. So let's give it that background color. So all back to, where is that button? The button is this one. Yes, this one. So first we're giving it a class of 90%. I'd like to give it a class of 95%. So let's go back to the width. Where is, yes, these are the columns. Just copy this one. Let's go to the top and let's give it 95%. 95. Alright, so let's go here and let's create a 95. So the good thing about this library, you can use it over and over again, just in one project. As you can see, it's expanded. So also, you know what, we can do something. So if it's too specific, we can give it a specific class. So btn, which is button number 1. So this is our first button. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go to the top, and let's say call this one custom css, and this is our own library. So library, so this is just going to contain just custom css. So for example, here I'm going to be working on that btn -1. So the width that I'd like to give it is 95%. Second one, I'd like to give it a background color. I'd like to give it this orange. Alright, so let's save, let's go back, let's take a look. Perfect. So the last thing that I'd like to do is to change this corner. I don't like to have it these rounded corners. So I'm gonna go here and let's set it to this. So border radius, and let's set it to 0. Let's go back to change, and as you can see now it's fixed. We don't have that boring rectangular shape, which is looking like this. Alright, so but for these I'd like to give them that. I'd like to give them those rectangular shapes for the video and for that. So let's go back here and let's find it. Or you know what, let's keep those changes to the last. Let's continue working with the fonts. Just stick to one thing. So here I'd like to add some fonts. So I'm gonna be searching for video fonts. For example, you can use this one, the default one. Alright, so let's use this icon. I'm gonna just copy it from here, and let's go down to these. Yes, I basically gotta put it here. But as you know, we need to have them on the same line. So we're gonna have it, but not what's sad with that. So actually I need to go back to these. So we already set that order. I'm gonna just copy this div, go back here, the starting point, first one, and for the text, let's just copy this text here. I need to paste it right there. And for the fonts, I'm gonna be using this one. So let's just copy this, Control X, and let's paste it here. Alright, so let's take a look how it's gonna look like. We made an error here. So actually we should delete everything, replace it with the new fonts, the new icon, yeah. But gotta work on it a little bit. So MTB for the orange, margin left. It looks like if it's centered. Actually, we're not using any ML or any margin top. Alright, let me give this one a class of left to make it to the left. Actually, nothing. Let's give the left to the text instead. Save, go back to refresh. Nothing. Let's inspect element this and let's take a look. Alright, we get the entire div to the left. Actually, this is not the right way to do it. Let me just delete this. So we need the flex, or of course, the flex, and I think don't need the margin left of 3. That's too much. Oh yes, I think I got it. Now it's working, but let's go back. So actually we don't need margin left of 3. Perfect, now it's working just fine. Alright. But actually div must be called dash 95% and let's set it to MA, margin auto. Let's go back to refresh. Perfect. Alright, so I'm gonna just copy this div and I'm gonna just change the bottom informations. So for example, I don't need this. Let's make some space. I'm gonna just copy this and paste it, I think 4 times. 3, 4. Save, go back to refresh. Right, we got all of those. All I need to do right now is to change the values. But also here, I don't like this. I don't like it. It looks a little bit large. MTB. So margin top 0. Margin bottom 0. Nothing. Let me use the remove the MA. Let me try this way with dealing with icons. Instead of using the icon, I'm going to be using it as a div. So div. So let's save, go back, refresh. It's a little bit lagging. I think it's working. So let me just cut everything. Keep only these elements, the flex elements. So I'm going to just also remove this. So let's save that. Let's check. I think it's working perfectly like this. So let's just copy this. And let's just paste it for the second, third, fourth. So refresh. Yeah, but they are not centered correctly. Margin top of 0. Margin bottom of 0. What about the MTB? Yes, centered, but it has too much space on the top and on the bottom. Alright, so what I'd like to do is to continue with these icons here. So let's add them right now. So for example, the first one's gonna be, let me just search for video. I'll just search, yeah, this video here. I'm gonna just use this star. Let's just copy this and let's go here. And for example, I need to put it beside this. But as you can see, each one's gonna be centered. So if we go back here, you can see this one's gonna be on the same line. So actually what you need to do is to add a div that's gonna be flex. Flex means all the items inside that div must be inside one line. So let's just copy this, Control X, and let's save it here. Class flex. Alright, so let's take a look at it right now. So refresh. And as you can see, they are on the same line, but they are not well centered. So I'm gonna be adding the margin top and margin bottom, the MTB, this one, margin top auto and margin bottom auto. So let's add it. I'm going to be adding it to each of those elements. So MTB, same thing for the paragraph. So class MTB. Alright, so let's go back here. Let's do refresh. And as you can see, they are on the same line. But what I'd like to do here is to give this flex a column of 95%, and let's make it margin auto so that we can have it centered. Gonna do refresh, and as you can see, it's on the same, it has this space here. Last thing that I'd like to do is to give the margin or the class, the paragraph, I would like to give it a margin left of 0.5. So let's save, let's go back here, do refresh, and as you can see, we are having some nice space going on over there. So let's do the same thing for everything. I'm gonna just copy this class, and I need to paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So let's do it. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back here. Let's do refresh. We got them going on over there. So all we have to do is to replace those. So I'm gonna just copy this paragraph. Control X. Or actually, let's just copy just content of the paragraph. We don't need to keep adding the same classes again and again. So let's save this. Watch time. Control X. Like this, certificate of completion. Control X, put it here. Control V, Control C, Control V, not Control X. Control. Yeah, sometimes when you are focusing on other stuff, it's become hard to say the right thing. So let's just personal and professional courses. Yeah, we already have that. So let's save. Let's go back to refresh. Okay, we got different texts. But for example, this one, because it's a little bit big, I think that's the problem. Let's check it. I think it's fine if you can reduce the font size of this, of all these elements. So we're given everything 0.75. I think that's fine. we can just write professional development courses. So refresh. This way it's fine. All is centered and looking great. Alright, so let's carry on. All we have to do right now is to change the icons. So we got the video first. Second one is gonna be the graduation cap. Graduation cap. This one. Let's use the star for the second element. This is the first one, this is the second one. You can just paste it. Which actually we must put, yes, let me just paste it here. You can just copy just the FA graduation cap. And let's paste it inside the video. Because we need that MTB again. Can just delete this, save, and let's do the check-in. Got it? Third one is gonna be the tablet, meaning that our courses is gonna be running on everything, on every platform. So you can, for example, use this tablet. Alright, start using this icon. Let's copy everything. And I'm gonna just go ahead and paste it here, and let's add the MTB. So the MTB class. Class of MTB. Let's go back. Let's check. We got it here. Fine. Third element is gonna be the certificates. Certificates. You can use this stamp here, like it means something. So let's copy this. Let's go to the third one, which is this guy. You can paste it here, go back, and let's add MTB class. To refresh. It's working. So now for the last one, it's gonna be the video or the check. I'm gonna just add the check circle. Search for something. This one looks fine. So let's just copy this. Let's go back to the last one, which is this icon. Paste it. And let's add here the MTB, as always. Perfect. Now we have all these text with icons with them. Also, I'd like to add some break on the bottom of that button. So let's add double breaks here. So break, double break. Perfect. Now it's looking even more better. Instructor on the bottom side. All right. So we have all the icons. We're gonna continue our work in the next coming lecture. So see you soon. Alright, so in this tutorial, let's show you how can we add the instructor image and put it right here. So this way help us to, so this is the method that we're going to be using to upload images from our plugin and put it in any page that we want. Alright, so let's jump right in. So the method is really easy. All you have to do first is to have that asset that we want to save, that we want to display, the image, for example. So here in our plugin, I'm gonna right click and let's add a new folder and let's call it assets. And inside this folder, I'm gonna just open it and we can put some images. So I'm gonna be jumping into the plugin folder. So let's do it this way. As you can see, we got it. And let's go back to the plugins, simple LMS, and we need to find assets. And I'm gonna simply drag this image that we got. So this is the image that we want to use. So it's a GPG format. All right, so let's go back here and let's do the following. So for example, at this location here, so I'm gonna be adding an image. So EMG, let's press enter, and now we need to write the source. So let's just save that and let's see what we got first. So let's refresh, and I don't see it because it still doesn't have, I think it still doesn't have the image itself. That's fine. All right, so let's add the source of that image. So for the source, it needs to be dynamic. So let's add a PHP tag and let's close it here. And over here, what we need to do is the following. We need to echo the plugin dir path. Actually, the plugin dir URL, and inside it, I'm gonna be writing double dash and dir like this, and after that it must be second, yeah, double dashes. So point, and let's open the parentheses, and inside it we need to echo so to this location, the plugin dir URL dir. It's gonna take access to the plugin folder. So actually what we need to do is just add assets slash this name. So assets slash instructor point GPJ. But actually, as you can see, the format here is a little bit weird. Let me just rename that. Gonna just remove this one, keep only the PNG. Alright, so let's save here, and also let's close. So echo this one, and should be a semicolon. Alright, so let's go back here to refresh, and let's see if, as you can see, we got our image, which is awesome. So all we have to do right now is to put it at the same location, which is here, besides or below the instructor. So just copy this, Control X, so remove that space, and let's jump into the image. This one, I'm gonna just paste our source, right, our image like that. All right, so we got it right now. So all we have to do right now is to trim it, make it circular. So in order to do that, I'm gonna be adding, let's add a class here, class, and let's, for example, as you can see, it should not be like this. So for the class, I'm gonna be giving it a border radius, border radius of 50. All right, so let's jump into CSS and let's do that. So the border radius of 50. So I'm gonna give it 50%, and let's see if it's gonna be working this way or not. So let's do refresh. Actually, it's nothing is working. br dash double dash 50, br double dash 50 border radius. Yeah, it should be working, right? What's the problem with it? So Control Shift and delete. Let's just delete all the data, clear the cookies. Let's refresh. Bam, it's working. So that's just a problem with the cookies. All right, so we need to scale it a little bit down until it fits the text. So I'm gonna be giving it let's give it call of 30%. Let's do refresh. Actually, I don't think the 30% is working. Do we have the call? Yes, we have the call dash 30. Let me check it from here. So let's do refresh. Go to the image, this one. Let's select our image, and actually the call dash 30 is working. What about giving it 10? Oh yes, it's gonna be messed up. So let's just reverse back. Because the call dash 30 is already applied. So let me do the following. I'd like to give it another way. So our image, so I'm gonna give it a call of 10, and let's add it here. I think this is the smallest width possible. So 10, set it like that. Let's go back here to refresh, and as you can see, it's small, but it's kind of, it has that oval shape. doesn't look that good. So actually what I'd like to do is the following. I'm going to be adding some divs here. So let's add div. So this div class, I'm going to give it call -10, and I'm going to be putting this one inside. I want going to be deforming the image. Instead I'm going to be deforming the entire div. Let's see if this method is going to be working or not. So let's delete that, go back, do refresh, bam, it's working. So all we have to do right now is to add the MA to make it centered. Yes, the MTB, margin top MTB. What about the MTB? So let's do refresh. Yes, I think now it's centered. So for that name, I'm gonna be making it strong. Let me add the strong. Let's see if it's gonna be working here or not. Strong means the bold or the bigger text. Yep, it's working. So the last step is gonna be to give it some space here. So I'm gonna target that title again. So this one, let's add a class here and margin left of 0.5. So let's refresh. Perfect. Here let's check in structure. So I'm gonna give it a bigger text for that one. So this one class, let's give it FS font size of 1. Do we have the font? Do we have the font size of 1 or not? Nope, we don't. So let's add it. One like this. Alright, so let's save. Let's go back to refresh. It's working. Last thing I'm gonna be adding the making it bold. So let's add the strong again. Strong here, strong here. Let's close that, save, and let's see how it's gonna look like. Looks nice. Also we can put it at the center. Let me try this out. So add center, save, go here, do refresh. No, actually I don't like it. Everything should be at the center, otherwise just keep it this way. Alright, so in structure details, those are the structural details. I wish I can move this bar a little bit up, this white bar, but I can't seem to let me try again. Let me add here height, or just h, and let's add here h point or height. Let's set it to 300 pixels. 300 pixels. Yeah, actually it's working. Yeah, 400 pixels. 450 pixels, but it's not limited. That's the problem. I'd like to kind of push it inside, so this one must be inside this one. I think that's fine. Or you know what, let's fix this. Let's fix it. Let's fix this problem. So I'm gonna be copying this entire div and I'm gonna be pushing it inside here. Gonna put it inside. Alright, so let's save this all like this. Let's do refresh. As you can see, we got it inside, which is fine, but here we need to fix some stuff. So for example, it should be 100 instead of 70. So refresh. Nope. MA. Oh yes, I got it. So let's remove this one and let's set this one to 100. Save, to refresh. Oops, control, yeah, now it's working. But we need to change the color of this one instead of having it see the. So for example, the BJ white, yeah, the BJ white must be applied to just this. So let's add div here, copy everything that we got here, and let's paste it here. Class, let's save that. So refresh. BJ white, yeah, actually we must delete it from here. So let's save, let's go back to refresh. Oh, I think it's working. Yeah, it looks nice right now. Let me add some breaks on the bottom side. Yeah, the bigger div. Gonna be adding some breaks, BR. Something like this. Let's do refresh here. Now it's looking much more better. I like it right now. It looks awesome. Okay then, so we're gonna continue our work in the next kind of lecture. So see you soon. Alright, now I'd like to work on some minor details. So for example, this one I'd like to change its font, this one. So let's work on it. Let me go to the top. So I think this one, yeah, this class. So first I'd like to give it font size of 1. Let's refresh, let's go back. Nice. And also I'd like to add some, for example, we can add some break on the top. So BR break to refresh, perfect. Yeah, I think the break fixed it. That's awesome. Okay, what about the margin top? Let me remove this and add here a margin top of 0. Is it gonna be fixed this way? I think it's fixed, yeah. But actually what we need to do is margin top of, for example, 1. What is the margin top? This is 0. Give it, for example, 1. Alright, so margin top of 1. Alright, let's refresh. Let's go back here and margin top of 1. Margin top 1 rem. Why it's not working? Control X delete. Let's clear the data. Let's go back here to refresh. And let me check it from here. So margin top. Is this means the padding top? Padding. Yeah, but the margin top nailed it. So let's refresh. So the margin top 0 nailed it, yeah. The margin top 0. So check this out. It's well aligned with that, which is awesome. We can add the padding top of 1. So let me add it down below. So padding top of 1. Padding top 1 rem. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. Perfect. Now it's really perfect. I like it. I like how it looks like right now. So I would like to make it strong. So let's make it strong. So let's write that here, strong. Let's close it. Let's copy it again. Let's paste it again here and let's take a look at it. So I think the strong should be before. So let's just delete it from here. Let's paste it first. Let's save, go back, do refresh. It's nothing. Let's delete all the data again. Let's go back, do refresh. Is this graph? I don't know. Should it be inside? What about this structure? How did we did it within structure? Strong was outside. Strong, not strong. Let's copy this, paste it here, strong, let's close that. So let's save, let's go back to refresh, bam. But lastly, what we need to do is, or actually, I don't know what, I'm gonna be using this font. Yes, I'm gonna be using this font, so let's do that. So, same font that is applied to the title, which is the Roboto. So let's just copy it from here, Control X. Let's go back here. And let's paste it right there. Alright, so let's do refresh here. Let's take a look. Perfect, we got it. Actually, we don't need the strong anymore. Just messing up with the design. So let's save, go back, do refresh. It's the same, I think. Yeah. Let's just give it a column. Call of 70, and let's make it center. Alright, let's go back to refresh. Oh yes, actually we must use the MA. The MA again. Let's refresh. Now it's centered, which is awesome. Width, I think that's the same. Yeah. For the color of it, I'm gonna give it the same color that we got with that. With this one, the blue. The blue number 2. This one. Just copy it from here. C blue. And let's set the color to this. Alright, so let's save that. Let's go back. Let's do refresh here. Actually, we didn't apply that again. So C blue. So where is it? This one. So C blue. Save. Go back to refresh. Still nothing. Margin top 0, padding top 1, column. Why it's not blue? C blue. I think the blue is uppercase. Yep. So here let's set it to uppercase. So let's save, go back to refresh, which is not the blue that we want. So let's use the first blue and let's paste it right here. Save, go back, do refresh, bam. Now we have the same template as this, which is looking really, really awesome. Okay then, so what's next? I think we're almost done here, so we gotta work on the bottom side, this one. Gotta add some links, stuff like that. So first, let me just give it a width of 90%. So where is it? This one. So we have a horizontal line. Yes, on top of this one, this paragraph. So I'm gonna be adding here a div. Control X, go back here. Let's save that. Class call -90, and let's add an MA so that we can have it centered. Let's see how it goes. Nice. Alright, so next we can add some breaks on the top and on the bottom. Or we can do it this way. So margin top -1, margin bottom -1. Let's see. Let's add a break down below here. See how it goes. Nice. All right, so on the inside, only one discourse. Let's make it strong. Only one discourse. So here, let's close the paragraph right here. So we need to have multiple, or actually, let's try this way. Strong. So let's close the strong right here. Let's see if it's gonna be working this way. Yep, it's working. So yeah, buy this course for that price, keep real time. Click here. So for the click here, it must be a link, as you know. So let's add an A here, a ref. And let's put, for example, just this one, the hashtag. And for the click here, I'm gonna be putting it inside the A, like this. All right, so let's go back. Let's do refresh. Okay, it's clickable right now, which is awesome. All right, also I don't think we need that break on the bottom, margin bottom. So let's just remove that. Go back, save. Still nothing. So let's remove this break. I keep on the margin bottom, margin bottom of 1. Do we have the margin bottom or not? Margin bottom, margin top. Actually, we don't have it, so let's add it. So as you can see, I'm keeping everything in order here, so that I won't gonna miss. So margin top 0, margin top bottom 1, and so on and so forth. All right, so let's do refresh. Margin bottom of 1, MB of 1 means margin bottom 1 rem. Let's delete again all the data and let's take a look. No, still nothing. Oh yes, it's working, but it's not showing that. So actually here we must use the padding bottom. The padding bottom. Padding top. Padding bottom. Of 1. So now I think it's gonna be working. Nope. Margin bottom 1 rem. What about 10 rems? What about the padding? Yep, the padding is working. So we don't have the margin bottom anymore. We have the padding now. Yes, margin, so padding bottom. Save that, let's go back to refresh. Now it's perfect. Alright, so now it's perfect. Alright, so in the next coming lecture, we're gonna be continuing working on the bottom side. We're gonna add these stuff. Alright, so see you soon. Alright, so in this new tutorial, I'd like to make our course page dynamic. So by dynamic, I mean that we need to load the title of the course. So it should be the right title, not this one. This is just the one that we put as a test. So same thing for the price. We need to put the price that we put here. So let me just show you. So simple LMS dash course. Actually, let me jump into the WP admin. Alright, so since I keep deleting the cookies, I need to log again and again. So Chenkov 123. Alright, so let's go here to courses. Alright, courses, and this one. So let's edit it and let's check the content. So basically the idea is to load all these information. So for example, the subtitle should be right here. So the price, I'm gonna be putting it here. And the video trailer, of course, is gonna be this one, the cat video, and the curriculum is gonna be loaded down below here. So this is the place for the curriculum, and for the WordPress it's gonna be here automatically. So if there is other courses, we're gonna be having this if there is none, it won't gonna be loaded. So we're gonna keep that condition. And also for other stuff, like for example the title, and also for example the admin of that, or the creator of that course, also some description of that. So we're gonna figure that out. Alright, so let's start with the obvious stuff, which is, for example, the title. I'm gonna go here, and I also like to jump into Udemy, and let's use a real example. So I'm gonna, for example, use this one, Python course. Alright, so I'm gonna copy this, and you know what, let's go ahead and create a new course. So I'm gonna be creating a new course here, and let's put this title to be here. And for the content, I'm gonna just copy some of the content that we got here. Actually, it doesn't have any. Yeah, there we go, description. I'm gonna just copy this description that we got here, copy it, and let's paste it inside the content. Not the content, but just paste it here. Alright, so before the republish, so let's add the subtitle. I think we got it. There we go. So this is the subtitle. I'm gonna just put it in the subtitle. For the price, we can give it 49.99. And the video trailer we can load. Let me just jump into YouTube, and let's find a video. So this can be any video that you want. So for example, let's use a WordPress design or something like that. So we can yeah, let's go with this one. So let's click on it.
Bonjour.
Let's go to share and embed, and I need to copy. Actually, all I need is to just copy this embed. We can just make this ourselves. Alright, so you know what, let's just copy this. And just copy the video URL. There is no need to, for example, if you are selling this product, you don't need to do all these steps. So just put the link of the video, and the logarithm or the script's gonna take care of that. And lastly, the content. I'm gonna just for example, we got a lot of stuff to work on with the content. So we got the course overview. Let me just take this one to the side like this. So actually, yeah, there we go. And here I'm gonna just print this one. Alright, and let's start filling the content. So inside the content, let's start with course review, and I would like to show you something. So here we're gonna be covering that in this updates. So basically we need to use that dynamically add remove JavaScript. You can just click here to add more scenes, but here we're gonna just use another method. So for example, in order to separate between the sections, I'm gonna be using the dash and this one, and the dash, double dash. Alright, so Python setup, again dash this one and another dash, and let's use again Python objects and data structure basics. Alright, so dash point dash, and let's add the last one, which is the Python comparison operators. So I think that's it. Alright, so we got these elements. I'm gonna just go ahead but also we need to include an image. So let me just use any image that I have. For example, let me jump here, and I'm gonna be using this one, the course thumbnail. Alright, so let's set this as the feature image, and let's publish. Alright, so we must have all these details here. So we have the subtitle, the price, the video, and some of the curriculum, which is awesome. We have got the image, but here, yeah, I think we got a problem. Here we don't see the content. So this is a bug. We need to go back into our code and we need to check why it's not loaded. Or you know what, let's leave that. Actually, we're gonna need it. So we're gonna be fixing this bug later on. For now, let me just continue with the making our page dynamic. So let's do view post. As you can see, nothing is changing. This page is static. All the details we got here are fixed. So we need to start working on it. So let's just go back to the scene template or the template courses .php, and let's start with the title. So this is the title. I'm gonna just delete it, and I need to put so basically the title, we can write all the functions here so that you can be able to see them. So let me open again the PHP tag, and let's go down, let's close it, and here we can start with the title. So for the title, it should be get the title. It's really easy, really straightforward. So this function is gonna help us to get the title of each post. If you are here, you're gonna print the title of this one, which is complete stuff. Alright, so we got the title. I'm gonna just copy this variable, and I'm gonna go to the title place. Which is this one. I just deleted it, and let's open the PHP here, and I'm gonna do echo title. Alright, so let's save that, and let's go back and let's do refresh. And as you can see, we got a problem. So at line 30, what is line 30? Yes, echo, not eship. Echo. Alright, so now it's working. So let's go back to refresh. Bam! As you can see, the title is dynamic right now. So if we go back here to the other course, so we got this course first. Alright, so if you go here, you can see that it has that title, which is awesome. Alright, so now the title is working. So let's work on the other items. So we got the price. How can we get the price? Or first, let's get the subtitle. So how can we get that? So the subtitle should be, I think, down below, which is here. Yeah. Alright, so let's add another variable and let's call it subtitle. So basically the subtitle, we weren't gonna be using this function get the subtitle because it's not recognizable by WordPress. So that's why we saved those data to the database. Let me just show you. So if we go here to the PHP my admin, or actually local host /PHP my admin, and if we set the password to root, and let's access that, and let me go to my website, simple LMS. And let me go to my, let me go to my website, simple LMS-2, and here we have this course details table. Let me just click on it, and here you can see all the data that we got. So we need to retrieve the subtitle from here. So let's do that. First, I'm gonna need to set the global DB, global WordPress database, so global WebDB. Let's close that with a semicolon. And here we need to do the following. So we need to set the name of that table. So the second element that we need is the name of this database table. So basically we need to get this subtitle from where? From this one. So let's set a variable that tells us that. So let's call it our db, and let's make it equal to the file, which is again wp-db. And let's set it to prefix point, and let's open the parentheses, and let's put, I think, course LMS course details. So LMS course details. All right, so let's close that. So we initiated our database, and we got our data, the database table, so we want to extract data from. So all we have to do right now is to get that. So I'm gonna start again with wp-db, always do this, and get var, just one variable, and inside it let's do the following. So select subtitle, and as you can see I'm using these weird quotation marks. They are on the top of the tab, so let me just zoom a little bit on them. So these, so select subtitle from where? From our database. We already set this variable. I'll just copy it from here, and let's put it inside those weird quotation. So select subtitle from our database. So what's gonna be doing right now? So it's gonna be going to subtitle from our database, but each one's gonna know which one we need. So the condition is gonna be the ID. So each course has a specific or has a unique ID. So in this case, we got this ID. I'm gonna be using it as a condition. So select this subtitle from our database where our ID is equal to this. So where, so let's add that. So where ID is equal to, and let's add here double of that, because we need to get to the PHP. So it's gonna be ID like this, and on the top let's add the ID. So ID is get the ID of the post. We can, for example, put, if we put here, if we move everything and create just 10, replace it with 10, it's gonna give us this, but it's gonna be static again. So it's gonna always get 10. So that's why we need to keep it dynamic. It's gonna sometimes gonna be 9, sometimes it's gonna be 10. So based on the course ID. All right, so let's save this and let's see if it's gonna be working or not. So we got the subtitle. We can try it here. So echo subtitle. All right, so let's close that with the semicolon, and let's check if it's working or not. So let's go back here and let's do refresh. Yeah, actually we got it. We got our subtitle. So all we have to do is to just echo it in the right place. So let's just cut it from here, Control X, and let's go here. Alright, so let me just remove this text here and let's make it dynamic. I'm gonna just cut it from here and let's open a PHP tag. Let's close it, and inside it let's put this one, echo subtitle. Alright, so let's go back here and let's do refresh. Let's do refresh here and let's see, and as you can see we got it. So learn Python like a professional start, from, yeah. Alright, so next what we got is the price. So let's set the price. So I'm gonna go back here and let's add a new variable and let's call it price. And there is no need to rewrite everything. I'm gonna just copy this, copy it, and let's paste it here, and let's replace the subtitle with price because it's the same thing. We need to select the price from database where our ID is equal. So this is the condition. Alright, so let's save that and let's go back to our price. I think, and let's just search for it. So Control F, And let's search for 15. So this is our price. All right, so let's just here let's add the PHP tag, and let's do this echo price. All right, so let's save that. Let's go back to our page and let's take a look. As you can see, we got it 99.99, and actually we forgot the $sign. Let's add it, so we can just add it here. So let's save, let's go back to refresh, bam, we got it. And as you can see, the beauty of this is it comes with all the CSS class, so it's not unique or something like it's blending into the other characters, so it's one of them. I don't know if I explained that right or not. Okay, so the third element is gonna be this video. So let's do it. So for the video, I'm gonna be let's do the same thing here. Also, let's make some space so that you can get it right. All right, so let's copy this and let's paste it down below, and let's replace it with the trailer. Select trailer. Let me just do it manually. So select trailer, or video, not trailer, video. And let me just copy this and let's put it inside our variable. So basically we're selecting the variable from our database. Let me check if its name is video actually. Yep, it's a video. All right, so let's go back here and let's simply jump into the video, which is this one. So this is the iframe. So all we have to do is to just replace it here, but you can see we got an issue. So we don't have this embed. So we gotta figure out a way to do this. So actually what we need to do is, it's a little bit tricky. So let me explain the issue that we got. So the URL that we got is like this, without the embed. So actually we need to find a way to fix this. So no, actually it's not even like this. So this is what the end result should be like, so that it can work. And this is what we got. So let me just copy it, Control C, and just paste it here. So how can we change this to this? So the important element is this ID here. It should be here. So I'm thinking of ways to do this with Python or with PHP. So the way that I found is the following. So I'm gonna start counting. So I think that to this position, everything's gonna be static. All videos have the same number of characters or the same set of characters like this. YouTube, watch, this one, V equals to this code. So I'm gonna write these so that I can only get this ID. And once I get it, I can easily paste it here. All right. So basically the PHP function that we're going to be using to get this job is the substring. Let me just show you. So echo I'm going to just show you an example here. So let's open a PHP tag. Let's just close it. Let's go down here and let's, for example, echo substring of, for example, let's say this is a string. Let's say let's keep it only string, or 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and here for the start we can set it to 3, number 3. Let's see how it works. All right, so let's go back here to our page. Let's do refresh, and we got it here. So you can see it. So we have 4 5 starting from 4. So the 3 elements or 4th elements. So this is the first element, second element, third element, and it's gonna print the string from here. So I think it's easy right now. So if we put this link here inside the string, and if we count the number of digits, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 20, 30 31 32 33. So we need to set it to 33. All right, so let's echo that and let's see the outcome. So it's starting from, so the embed, yeah, actually let's just remove all those links. I'm gonna just cut those, or you know what, let's add a break. So BR like this. All right, so that we can get to the line and see it clearly here. So it's starting from W, so let's see if that's right. So yeah, actually we missed it. So just 32. We need to start from E. Let's do refresh. Bam, as you can see we're starting from the E. So basically this function works this way. We're counting 32 characters from here, and we're gonna print the following. Gonna print what's left. All right, so we're gonna be using this method. So 32 is gonna be fixed, it's gonna be static, so it's gonna be changing unless the user is gonna remove this. Gonna just set, write for example youtube.com. So we need to put this in the field. So this is how you should write this URL. Otherwise one's gonna work. Also we can add some conditions. For example, if there is no HTTPS, we can cut this number, which is 6 1 2 3 4 5, which is 5. You can cut it from here, but you get the idea. You can do it yourself if you want. So for now, let's just carry on. So I'm gonna be putting the, so here I'm gonna be putting this the ID, or not the ID, but the video. So let's put it here, video. All right, so let's save that. Let's go back and let's see if it's working. All right, so let's do refresh, and it's working. So all we have to do right now is to replace this. I'm gonna be putting it here in this one. So I'm gonna just, you can see the embed, so we need to keep it embed. I'm gonna just remove it, and let's add the PHP. Actually, let's just go back. Let's open a tag here, PHP tag. Let's close it, and let's echo this one. Actually, it should be with the semicolon. So let's copy it. Let's paste it here. All right, so I think now it's gonna work. Let me just remove this, save. Let's go back to refresh. Bam, as you can see, our video is working, so it's well embedded. It's embedded in the right way. All right, so awesome job. So we're gonna continue our work in the next coming lecture. We're gonna continue with this. All right, so see you soon. Alright, so I'd like to continue with our work, which is to make our course page dynamic. So now we need to work on our curriculum. So like I said before, so let me just show you. So simple, I'm gonna simply jump into my website, simple LMS, and here let's use the web page dash admin. All right, let's access that. So here we have the Jenkov. All right, so let's access that. So I'm gonna go to courses, and let's jump into my course, which is this one. I'm gonna just edit it. And right here we can see, let me just show you. So this is the curriculum, which is course preview. As you can see, we're dividing our sections with these. So this is our sample that we're going to be using in our script. So back here, I'd like to add, for example, we can add some, first one, introduction to, yeah, we can add it, for example, here, dash, point, dash, like this. Can add some other stuff, for example, What is your point? I think that's fine. Yeah, we can just go with this one. We can add more stuff if you want. So I'm gonna just update this so that we can have four sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections, which is awesome. All right, so back here to our script. I'm gonna simply jump into this. Where is it? Those of you no, actually, what is curriculum? It's down below, I think. Nope. So we can search for it. Curriculum. Yeah, there we go. So here we need to make it dynamic. So here's the deal. First, let's load that. I'm gonna be loading this section here. I'm gonna be loading it. So let's load it first. I'm gonna go to the top here, and I'm gonna simply copy this same line because we already created that. I'm just paste it, and we can call it for here content or curriculum. Yeah, content. And here I'm gonna just copy this and let's paste it here. So select content from our database. So we can check that out if it's working or not. So we can echo content. So content, all right, second one. All right, so let's close that and let's go back here and let's check if we are seeing the content displayed here or not. So we got it. So all we have to do is just touch and click on it. So like I said, we're gonna be using this one as a divider. So we're gonna separate each section with this one. So the function that we're gonna be using is the substring. So actually the function that we're going to be using is explode. So we're going to here put the divider first, and here we're going to put the string. So let me just show you here. So let's do something. I'm going to just write echo explode. Inside it we have the delimiter, which is the that character that we're going to be using it as a divider, which is this one. And for the string, I'm going to just put content here. So this one's going to be an array. So we can, for example, explode, or you know what, let's just make this one a variable. So we can call it content-ar, which is array. All right, so there we go. So what I'd like to do right now is, for example, echo content array, the first element, which is 0. All right, so let's save that. Let's go here and let's do a refresh here, and let's see. And as you can see, we got our welcome to the course, which is awesome. All right, so all we have to do right now is to make a loop that's gonna give us all, it's gonna keep, for example, we can set the number of characters or the number of sections that we have. So basically we're gonna check. So it's easy to do it. We can just echo count of contents are. So this function is gonna give us the number of elements that we got in this array. So let's do refresh. As you can see, we got 5, which is the number of sections that we got. So if we want here, and if we start counting, so this is the first one, second one, third, fourth, and fifth. So we have 5. So we're gonna need to create a loop that's gonna go over 5 times and keep publishing this or keep echoing this. All right, so let's do that. So while so the condition, or you know what, let's start first by declaring a new variable. So let's set let's set it to 0, and here for the condition, so we can set while the count, basically the number of arrays is bigger than then I do the following, which is echo this one. I'll just explain. So echo this one of I. but down below, so it's gonna be going on an infinite loop. So what we need to do is to keep always adding, incrementing that I by 1. So it's gonna, while the count of the error, which is 5, while 5 is bigger than 0, echo the content of 0 here. So we have it 0 plus, and next add 1 to 0, which is 1. So I, it's gonna be equal to 1, and it's gonna be going to the second row. While 5 is bigger than 1, do the following, which is this one, and it's gonna it's become 2, and so on and so forth until it finishes. But here we might have an issue. We might need to start from 1. Let's take a look and let's see how it's gonna look like. So it's here. I think it's working just fine. So we can see it this way. If we add, for example, echo a break, so br break. All right, so let's take a look, and as you can see, got it. So we get the introduction, the course preview, and all the sections down below. So all we have to do is to copy this loop. Gonna just copy this loop, and also we need to keep this stuff here. So I'm gonna just copy the loop. Okay, we can copy everything, but yeah, let's copy everything, put it down below. So let's cut this, and I'm gonna go down to the curriculum. Let's search for it again. There we go. Let's paste it here, and let's see how can we implement it right there. So I'm gonna open a PHP tag here, and let's close it down below. And for example, echo the contents. So I'm thinking, so these are the things that keep repeats themselves, these divs. So actually we need to put the loop here inside this column, inside this div. Alright, so let's do that. I'm gonna be copying this. So I suggest you keep playing with this over and over again until you understand the steps I'm doing. So I'm gonna just delete it from here. So basically this div is gonna keep repeating itself. The only thing that is changing is this one. So I'm gonna be copying this. Let's copy this, and I'm gonna be pasting it, for example, here. And the only thing that we need to make as dynamic is this one, this section content. I'm gonna just delete it, and inside it I'm gonna be putting, for example, we can close that. So we're closing the HTML and getting back to the PHP, and inside it we can put this. So Control X, let's put it inside. And here I'm gonna just delete this echo. Alright, so right now we don't need all of this stuff. Gonna just go ahead and delete it all. So let's check. So this div starts from here, this one starts from, yeah. I'm gonna just delete everything that we got. So Control S to save, and let's go back and let's take a look. So let's refresh, let's go down, and let's see, and bam, we got it. So we got our introduction, which is really awesome. So one thing that I'd like to add is the section number. So previously we add section number 1, section number 2. We can add that easily. We can make it dynamic. So there is no need for you to write it. So it's gonna be added automatically. All right, so here, let's add, for example, I'm gonna be adding it here. So let's add section, echo section. Yeah, it must be again, let's put it inside section. And let's make some space, and let's take a look if it's gonna be added. And also for the number here, I'd like to add, for example, we have this number keep incrementing itself, the I. So I'm gonna just put it here. So let's add here the I. All right, so let's save that. But also here, I think we need to add another point. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, we got section 0, which is awesome, 1, 2, 3, 4. But as you can see, we're starting from 0. We don't want that. So let me also fix this. So I'm gonna be adding another point so that we can get back to the string, and we can add a dash like this. All right, so let's go back to refresh, and bam, we got section 0, and so on and so forth. So here what I'd like to do is to change it. I'd like to make it 1. So there is an easy way to do this. I'm gonna be adding another variable. So let's make this variable inside here. Let's call it let's call it section number, and we need to make it equal to the following. It's gonna be an I plus 1. So we're gonna be relying on that I because it keeps incrementing itself. So let's see if it's gonna be working or not. So let's refresh. Actually, it's nothing. So let's try to do it down below. Yes, actually we didn't change that. So let me just copy it from here and replace it here. All right, so let's save. Let's go back, do refresh, and bam, we got it. So we got our section number 1, section number 2, 3, and 4, and 5, which is awesome. Alright, so in the next coming lecture, we're going to start working on this more courses. We need to make it also dynamic. So see you in the next coming lecture. Take care. Alright, so here's the deal. So what I'd like to do right now is to make this section also dynamic, or other more courses or other courses also dynamic. So we're going to be loading all the information that we got in our database about all the courses. So it's going to be really fun right now. Alright, so let's start working on it. I'm gonna simply jump into localhost / phpMyAdmin. Alright, so let's get our database. Okay, this way. Jump into simple LMS. Let's just jump into course details. And there we go. So we got these. I'm gonna just delete the other tables because we just put them as a test. Gonna just delete them. Don't need them actually. Yeah, let's just delete. Let's just keep just these two. So what I'd like to do is the following. I'd like to get these 2 courses to be displayed here. So if we have 4 courses, it's gonna be displayed all over here. So let's get to work. So I'm gonna jump into my courses. I think this is the more courses here, right here. And let's start working on the top here. So I'm gonna add a PHP tag. PHP tag. Let's close it down below. All right. So actually, what we need an array that contains all the titles. So let's do it. So I'm gonna be actually let's do it on the top here. Yes, here. I'm gonna just copy this one. And let's go down, paste it in here for the content. Let's call it all titles. All right, so here for the we don't need to get one variable. So this get var is gonna give us only one variable. This one or one. So actually what we need to do is to replace it by col, meaning column. So we need to get the entire column, which is the entire column like this. So get column. All right, select contents, actually select title from our database where our ID is equal. So actually we need to remove this condition. We just need to select, when using the column, all you have to do is just say the number of the column that you want, which is title. So I'm gonna just remove my condition here. All right, I think now it's straightforward. So we can do some tests. So let's echo all titles, because since it's gonna be an array, so the get column is gonna give us an array. We can set, for example, the first element. And what do you expect? What do you expect when doing this? We're gonna get this one, course number 1. Let's check that out. Go to the top, do refresh, and as you can see, we got course number 1. We can do the second element, so 1. Because we are starting from 0, 1, 2, 3. So let's do refresh. We must see the next course, which is awesome. All right, so we're gonna be using this one for the title. Actually, what we need, let me check. So we're gonna need the thumbnail, the title, and this one is the course creator, and here we got the duration, the course duration. In this course, in this lecture, I'm gonna just be focusing on the thumbnail and the title. You can get the same thing. You can follow it. You can use the same method to get all the other elements. Okay, so let me just think about that. So actually there is two ways to get the thumbnail. We can get the post ID, and based on that ID we can get the thumbnail, or we can save it here. So we can find some way to save it here and retrieve it the easy way. So I'm thinking of which way is gonna be better. So both ways do the same thing, but I think the professional way is to get the title, is to get the ID. So basically get the thumbnail based on the ID. You know what, let's do it. But actually we must do it for everything. So once we get an ID, we can get all the elements based on that ID. Alright, so let's do it. So instead of getting the title, I'm gonna be getting the IDs. So all IDs. All IDs. So here let me replace it with all IDs. And get column select ID from our database. So let's see if it's working or not. I'm gonna do refresh, and we got 10, which is the second one. And if we set it to 0, we're gonna get 9. So right now I'm gonna be writing this. So get So we need to write get the title. Let me just show you. So echo get the title of what? Of this ID. So I'm gonna just copy it from here and let's paste it inside. And let's see if it's gonna be working or not. So refresh, bam, we got it. So this function, if we give it, so for example, if we write here 10, so this is what we did. Let me just explain. So if we write here 10, it's gonna give us the title of this ID, which is 10. All right, so let's refresh, got it. So this is what I'm doing. I'm getting all the IDs and I'm doing it here. So I think that's, if you have any questions, you can ask them. All right, so that's it for the title. Let's get the thumbnail. So for the thumbnail, I'm gonna be using this. So echo get the post thumbnail URL. So this is the function that we're gonna be using, and inside it, let's put, for example, 10. All right, I'm gonna save. Let's go back here. Let's do refresh, and we got a problem. So I don't think that this function exists. So get the post thumbnail. Yes, I didn't write it right. Thumbnail URL. So let's save. So refresh, bam, it's working. So we got the thumbnail, which is awesome. We can just copy it from here, HTTPS, and we can paste it here, and we're gonna be seeing the thumbnail of that post, which is awesome. So this is the right way to get the thumbnail. So we get the title and we get the thumbnail. All right, so all we have to do right now is to make, I'm gonna be making a loop again. So let's start from, we set another variable, which is I. Let's set j, let's make it equal to 0. Let's close that, and let's go back here and let's do this. So while all IDs, actually the count of all IDs, the count, which is the number of all the IDs that we got. So echo this one. So while the count of all IDs, which is 2, so then this number is 2, equal to 2, because we have the count of IDs is 2, 1, 2. All right, so while this count is bigger than 0, oh, oops, not 0, it's bigger than j. So do the following, which is to echo these. So let me just copy them, and paste them here. Also, we can just delete all of this, don't need it anymore. So get the title of all IDs of 1. But here we need to make it dynamic, so I'm gonna be putting it as j. Same thing on the bottom side, so j. But we don't need to forget to increment the j by 1, because otherwise it won't gonna stop this loop. So imagine if we discount, so this count is fixed. So this is the condition that we're using. This count is fixed, which is 2. But j, if we kept it like 0, so 2 is gonna be always bigger than 0. So this loop is gonna run over and over again. but by incrementing it by 1, so right now it's equal to 0, next loop is gonna equal to 1, and next loop it's gonna be equal to 2, and 2 is not bigger than 2, so it's gonna stop. So this is the goal. So let me just save. Also, I'd like to add a break, so let's echo not a string but a break, just so that we can see it one on top of the other. So let's do refresh, and as you can see, we got the title and we got its thumbnail, and here we don't have any thumbnail. Let me just add it. So producing, yeah, let me just add some thumbnail here. You can use anything, not anyone. So on desktop, let me just find an image. Let's use this one. Alright, so let's set it as the feature image. Alright, but also here the title is not updating, so actually we need to add another course. Let me just add another course, and for example we can make it let me jump into Udemy to get some inspiration from here. Let's use, for example, 1 days of code. Let's copy this, let's go back here, let's paste it, and for the image I'm gonna be using any image that I have. So for example, here, do we have some image? Yes, bike idle. Let's just copy that or use that, upload it. So let's set it as feature image, and I'm gonna press publish. Alright, subtitle, price, yeah, all we need is just these two. Alright, so let's go back here, let's refresh, and as you can see we got 3 elements, 22. Yeah, why do we have this one loaded twice? I got the thumbnail, producing with Pro Tools. Oh, that's weird. Let me check here. So we got 3 elements. So here we, as you can see, we got a bug. So we're always getting this 0 ID. So actually we need to start from 1. So basically here, what about, let's start from 1, save, let's go back, let's do refresh, and as you can see we got just 3 courses that we need, but I don't see any of the thumbnails. Why is that? Get the title with the post URL of 1. Oh yeah, I think I got the problem. So here we should be putting all the IDs of J, because we need to get the post, we need to put here the post ID or the course ID, which is 10 or 9, not 0 or 1. So let's do refresh, and bam, we got all the IDs. Alright, so I think this way is we got it figured out. So I'm gonna just copy this, just cut it. I'm gonna go down to where we have here more courses. Let me just cut it from here. Let's go down again and let's paste it here. Alright, so actually I'm gonna be checking which one is repeatable. I think this is the thing that we keep repeating over and over again. So let's copy it. I'm gonna just copy it from here, Control C, and I'm gonna be pasting it here. So echo, and inside the parentheses also let's close it. Can put this stuff here. Alright, something like this. Echo this. Also let's move it a little bit forward. Okay, let me save. Let's go back. Let's do refresh, and we got a problem here. So inspected call. Yes, actually, yeah, I think I got the problem. So we're opening the PHP and we're closing it here. So actually we need to use a unique quotation marks. So we can use, for example, just the 1. And let's close it here. Just a single quotation marks. Alright, so let's do refresh. Now it's still not recognizable. So why is that? So we got another problem here. Let me check it. So at line 277, which is here. Yep, we got it again. So actually we need to use, let's use this one, the other quotation marks. the one that we use with the database. So let's see if it's gonna be working this way. Bam, it's working. But I forgot what we were doing. Yeah, down below. So here, as you can see, it's duplicated, which is awesome. All right, so actually it's not duplicated. Can add here just to spot the location of that. Just, where is just? Yeah, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we got it here. But it's not echoing this. You know what, let's go back to the one singular, and this one we can just delete it, or we can use the bigger one. Oops, let's do it here. Alright, so let's save, go back to refresh. Bam, now it's working. So we should not be using this the one that angled quotation mark. So now it's working. But actually we need to use this so this is the one that is keep repeating itself, but it has 2 divs on top of it. So I'm gonna just copy this, Control C, just put it outside the PHP tag, and we need to close this. So we have this one, 2 divs. We need to have 2 divs at the bottom. These 2. Just copy them. Let's go below our PHP function. Alright, so let's do refresh. Let's go back. I think we're getting closer. Yes, we're getting closer to this. So all we have to do right now is I'm gonna be removing this. Just remove everything that we got, and I'm gonna start replacing. So here we have the background, or the course thumbnail. So instead of using this one, I'm gonna be using this one. I'm gonna just copy this and paste it here. But the problem that I'm seeing right now is why it's not a PHP, even though we added. So I'm gonna just remove everything here, and actually if you are inside PHP, we must do points so that we can exit that. No, actually it's nothing. So let's do the same small quotation marks again, and inside it let's put this. Alright, so let's go back, let's do refresh. Got a problem. So we're echoing, yes, we're echoing this. We don't need to have the semicolon at the bottom. So let's save. Let's do refresh. Still nothing. 281. Let's check what we got right there. So echo. Yeah, actually we don't need to add the echo, not double echo. So let's just remove it. Save. Let's go back. Do refresh. It's working. But what is this first? Yeah, actually it's here. Bam, as you can see, it's working just like magic. We got the 3 courses here, which is awesome. Each one has its own thumbnail. So we need to do the same thing for the title. So this is our title that we got here. I'm gonna just do the same thing. I'm gonna just remove this, and let's open the small quotation marks so that we can have access to the PHP double points, and let's paste the title. So just the variable, there is no to add the echo or the semicolon. Alright, so let's save that, let's go back, and let's do refresh. Bam, we got it. So you can see that we have this deforming shape, but this is because of the images. The images are not even. We need to use a specific image. Alright, so we got this. I'm gonna just remove the bottom ones. So actually, we don't need this. I'm gonna just remove this div. So this one we don't need it. So let's save. Let's do refresh. and actually we got it. So our courses are dynamic, so we can add the breaks, some breaks on the bottom, double breaks until we add. So in the next updates we're going to be working on our theme, WordPress theme. So we're going to add the footer and the header automatically. Alright, so that's it for this lecture. So I'm going to be adding more stuff in the next coming lecture. So take care. Alright, so welcome back, gentlemen, to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to show you how can we create our own page archive. Alright, so welcome back, gentlemen, to this new tutorial. So now I'd like to show you how can we create our course archive. So let me just show you. So if we jump here into our custom post type, I'm going to just delete the name of our course, and this is archive page, post type archives courses. So as you can see, it's boring and it doesn't look that good. So this one is affected by our theme. So actually what we need to do is to delete it and create our own template. So let's get to work. So I'm going to jump back into my code. I'm going to jump into the index page, this one, not this one, because this index belongs to the plugins, but I want to work on the index of my plugin. So this one, I'm gonna simply jump down here and let's start working on it. Alright, so I'm gonna start with a comment. So let's say create archive template. Or actually load template, not create, just load archive template. Alright, so let's go down and let's start with a function. So this function is gonna be an add filter hook because it's gonna return something. Alright, so let's get down to it. So function, let's say it's called template dash archive. Alright, and let's open the parentheses and I'm gonna jump down and let's use the condition. So basically, if we are on the archive, load this template. So if is archive, so there's a function that's called this way. So if is archive, and I'm gonna jump down like this, and I'm gonna return the template. But actually we didn't create the template, so let me just go to my folder, templates folder. So here I'm gonna be adding, let's right click, new file, and Control S, and let's save it. And let's call it, let me follow the same name. So since this one is different, so we can call it archive-courses.php. Alright, so let's save that out. And we can write something, just save this one like this. And let's go back here and let's return this file. So return, so I need to go to my plugin folder. So to return plugin dir path, yes, this one. And let's open the purchases. I need to put file in it, file, and let's add a point here, and let's open the let's open the quotation marks and let's write, so templates. So let me explain. So this return plugin dir path, it's gonna take us to this folder, simple LMS. So we need to jump after this one, we need to do slash, go to templates. You might name it differently, but you need to use the same folder name. So templates slash archive dash courses. So let's do that. Slash here, and let's add archive dash courses .php. Also be careful with this dash type. You might use, because as you know, there is two types, this one and this one. Let me also zoom a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna here just close this one with a semicolon. And let me go down here and let's return our template. So return, and let's bring template like this. Alright, so let's close that. And this is our function. So all we have to do right now is run it. So we're gonna be running it using an add filter. So add filter. So the hook that we're gonna be using here is template includes. So let's open the quotation marks and let's write template dash include, And for the second parameter, as always, is the name of our function. This one, template-archive. Let's put it here, and let's close this one with a semicolon. Alright, so I'm gonna save. And let's go down to our page and let me do refresh. And as you can see, it's working, it's loaded. We got a test. So in the next coming lecture, we're gonna start designing our archive course. So see you soon.